In this video, I'm going to be sharing everything you need to know when it comes to selling on the Walmart Marketplace. In this course, I'm going to be breaking down everything you need to know, from how to apply to be on Walmart, to knowing what sells and how to source, shipping out your items seller fulfilled or WFS, and getting your first sale. So be sure to save this video because no matter where you're at in your Walmart journey, you want to come back and reference it. Hi, my name is Amanda, and I first started reselling on Amazon back in August of 2022, where I started with used books. I wanted something as a side hustle or maybe a part-time gig where I earned a little bit of extra money, but I never thought my side hustle or hobby would turn into my full-time income. I was able to quit my full-time job last year and make this my full-time job, and I absolutely love it. With my Amazon account, I was able to scale books really quickly, but learned that books are heavy and just wasn't for me. Although I was able to make good profit, it's just the books were too heavy. So then I switched to online arbitrage, which is still what I'm doing now with my Amazon business. In the first year, I was able to hire 2 virtual assistants to help me source. I was able to get a prep center and really automate my Amazon business. And that's when I heard in January of 2024 about selling on Walmart. At the time, people were whispering about selling on Walmart, and I never thought 2.5 years later I'd still be here selling on Walmart. And I am so excited to share with you everything I know and how to get started, how to do everything when it comes to building your Walmart business. Before we dive into the Walmart strategy, I just want to share with you why I'm doing this. Not because I have all the answers, but because I live this business every single day. I've built a 6-figure business on Amazon and on Walmart, and over the past 2.5 years, I have learned the ins and outs of Walmart. I have learned how to navigate their craziness and chaoticness. I have dealt with account suspensions. My account was suspended last year during Q4. I have dealt with the overnight restrictions of health and beauty, and I've also dealt with the craziness of accounts getting terminated one day and then reinstated the next. So when it comes to Walmart, there's so many things I've learned in that past 2.5 years. I'm also actively selling on Walmart. I'm not someone who's just learning it by someone else. I'm actively sourcing, actively shipping in items, and actively within the community. If at any point in this video you are overwhelmed and just need some one-on-one, I do offer coaching, and I also do have a Walmart Discord community where there are other sellers in the community, and we go live every Thursday. So if you just want extra help with me one-on-one, I do offer that, and I also have the community, and we love to have you. So now let's jump over to what to expect when it comes to selling on Walmart. When you're just starting out on Walmart, what should you expect? And I will be the first to say that Walmart is not the easiest, but it's possible. And the first place to start is understanding Walmart's mission when it comes to their customers. They want their customers to receive quality and authentic products at the lowest price, at the fastest time, and having their items delivered on time. This is incredibly important to Walmart, so having all 4 of those factors really kind of tie into what to expect when selling on Walmart. First is the tough application process. Now, when I was first starting out, it was a couple days, but now it is taking weeks or months to get your application approved. And hopefully I can kind of show you what to expect and how to apply if you haven't even applied yet. But do keep in mind that it is taking months or weeks to get approved. So Walmart is not easy, but it is possible, and that comes with experience. Walmart wants sellers who are experienced. So if you're brand new, never sold on Amazon, never sold on eBay, Walmart is not for you. They want sellers who are experienced because they do have these glitches that with experience, you can kind of determine if it's you or if it's Walmart. And a lot of times you don't know which one is which. That's why I have a community within my Discord where I can share whether someone is experiencing the same thing or if everyone is experiencing that. Walmart is very quick to suspend or terminate accounts versus Amazon. They will work with you. They will give you a heads up. Walmart is not that. Last year, they restricted health and beauty overnight. So anybody who had inventory at their warehouses was no longer able to sell their products, so they had to do removal orders on all those. So this is where Walmart does not make it easy for us. However, it is still very profitable, and I don't want to discourage you to selling on Walmart because it is possible. So why would you want to start selling on Walmart? And that is because Walmart has a lot less competition. Amazon has 3.2 million active sellers, and I think 9 million sellers total, but 3.2 million active sellers versus Walmart has only 200,000 active sellers. So with the less competition, it means the more money you're able to make, which is why Walmart is still a great opportunity. Walmart has a lot of the same structure as Amazon, such as WFS, which is the equivalent of Amazon FBA, and they also have seller fulfilled, which is the Amazon equivalent of FBM. So just with that, I will comparing a lot to Amazon just because that's what I know. So let's go over the Walmart do nots. There's so many things you cannot do on Walmart, and the first is drop shipping. They are very strict about that. If they have an inkling that you are drop shipping, they will terminate your account. With Amazon, they will work with you. Walmart will not, and you can knock your account back, and it is incredibly difficult to prove if you are drop shipping. So I would not drop ship, not even a little bit, with Walmart. Next is scaling too fast. This will be a great way to get your account terminated or suspended. You do not want to go from 0 sales to 500 to then the next month doing over 100,000. Scaling too fast is a big red flag for them, so that can get your account terminated. However, if you have a healthy scaling up, that's normal, but I would not jump from, doing 1,000 a month to doing then 50,000 to then, 100,000. So scale very naturally. Next is late deliveries. Do not have late deliveries when it comes to Walmart. This is something very important to Walmart, which is why I mainly do WFS, because no matter what happens, if your item is late, then it counts against you. It doesn't matter if there was a storm or something happened, late is late, and that's unacceptable to them. And there's no wiggle room. They want their customers to receive their packages on time. Even a day early is just as bad as a day late. So it has to arrive that day, and Walmart is very clear and open about that. Multiple accounts. It is pretty uncommon for people to have multiple accounts on Walmart. They don't really let you open multiple accounts like they do on Amazon. So if that is something you wanting to do, I would definitely look more into it. But from what I understand and know is they don't allow multiple accounts. Next is having too many errors in your account. Now we will go over this later on in the course, but this is something to kind of be cognizant of, and you don't want to have too many of those in your Walmart account. Next is returns on Walmart, and what can you expect when it comes to those returns? I will be first to say they are horrible. They're awful, they're horrible. There's no way of sugarcoating this because of how awful they are. We will go more in depth of how to deal with returns, whether they're seller fulfilled or WFS later in the course, but I want to be open and honest that they're awful. And there's really not a great way of getting your money back in disputing returns, but we will dive more into that later on. Next, let's go over the fee structure. We'll go over this lightly, but we'll go more in depth onto it later on in the course. But just starting off, there is that 15% referral fee that is for seller fulfilled or WFS. So just keep in mind that that is across the board. And then WFS starts at $3.45. And there are some incentive programs, which we'll go more in depth to that later on in the course. The ungating process, now we will go way more in depth into this, but just know that you have to have 50 units of an invoice, but we will go more in depth on that later on in the course. So we'll also briefly go over what categories you can't sell in, and I'm just briefly going over these, and we will go more in depth more on in the course. So these are the categories you can't sell in currently unless you're restricted or ungated, and they are some toys, so anything 3 and below, because they do require a CPC. Baby consumables, so that's baby food, any of those like little baby things. Health and beauty, pet ingestibles, personal care, and food supplements that are like the protein supplements. So, but we'll go more in depth, but this is just a little bit of a quick shot of what you can't sell in Walmart right now. So I just touched on a little bit of what to expect over this course and what to expect when selling on Walmart, but we will do a deep dive on all of those topics later on. So everything I mentioned will be in the description down below, whether it's a spreadsheet, it's a subscription, or it's coaching, the Discord, All of that is in the description down below. And of course, you can always email or message on Instagram. I would also like to mention that if there are some common terminology words that you're not sure what they are, I have dropped a document down below in the description of common terminology where you can kind of look up what the words mean. And I'm sorry if I don't go over everything, but I will have that available for you down in the description. In this first module, I'm going to go over how to apply on the Walmart Marketplace. And if you've already applied and still waiting, or you got a denial, I'm going to go over how to appeal that denial. But first, let's go over how to start your application process. To become a seller on the Walmart Marketplace, go to seller.walmart.com where you can start that application process. But before you apply, let's go over the minimum requirements so you can have all your ducks in a row and all your documents in order before you apply. The first thing you'll need is a tax ID number. A social security number will not work like you can do on Amazon. For Walmart, you actually need to be an LLC, either an S Corp or a C Corp. So be sure to ask your tax guy which is right for you. I unfortunately can't say which one is best, but either an S Corp or C Corp of an LLC is required, and it must be older than 30 days when you start the application process. Next is history in the e-commerce space. Whether you have experience selling on Amazon, eBay, Kari, Shopify, any of those experience will help because you do have to upload your storefronts to verify that you actually have had experience. Typically, they look for reviews and active products. Next, they require business to customer capability, which basically means you have a location that returns can go to. You have to have a physical address that returns can be sent to. So that is a requirement that gets set up during the application process. Next is a government issued ID, which could be a driver's license, ID, passport, any of those. That will also be uploaded when you are going through this application process. They will require you to upload the front and back of your driver's license or just your passport information. So all those that I just mentioned are requirements that Walmart puts in place. The things that I'm going to add next are things that make your application process stronger, and I have had people have success when they have these remaining things set in place. Next is a domain email that matches your LLC. Let's say your LLC is Starbucks Girly, because I love Starbucks, and that's my LLC. So then my domain email would be amanda@starbucksgirly.com or anything like that. So having an official email address that matches your LLC does make your application look stronger. It makes you look like you're a serious seller, you're a serious business, and that you're not just doing this on the side, because Walmart wants people who are experienced, who know what they're doing, and having that domain email address can definitely be beneficial. So if you don't have a domain email address to match your LLC, then I highly recommend getting one. Those are pretty easy to get. Next is making sure your name and addresses match on all your documents. If some of your documents say apartment 20, but you're actually unit 20, you want to make sure they are all consistent and the same. If they are different, then you'll need to figure out which one is correct and fix the ones that are not correct. We have seen that people get denied because they put a number sign in front of their apartment number, and some of it is without. So it's crucial that everything matches exactly, and that includes your name. If your middle name is on things or it's not, it's just really important to have them all exact. I know the address is way more important than the name. I have some documents that have my middle initial, some don't, and that was just fine. But I have run into issues where I had the number signed with the number unit and without, and that is where I personally had a problem with it. So I will attest, addresses do matter. They do look at that, and it is actually a reason I got suspended on Amazon. So make sure your addresses match. So the next big thing that is kind of going to take a lot of time and effort, but it's also really important, is a Google footprint. Now what this means is if Walmart was to Google your business, what would they come up with? Would it have matching Instagram account? Would it have a matching LLC? Would it have everything matching? Would there be a website? Would there be a domain email address? It's just all these things that come into place when they would Google your business. The next thing is having a website. Now this can be a very simple, basic website. It doesn't need to be fancy. It can just say your name, a little bit about you, where to find your products, how to contact you, your email. It just needs to be a simple landing page of a website. So it just makes your application look a little stronger. Again, it's not required, but it does make you look like you know what you're doing, you're established, you're professional, and you are taking this seriously. Okay, so let's say you have have a domain email address, you're ready to go. You go ahead and fill out all the information on that page on seller.walmart.com. They will then send you an email verification, and the email that you use, you will be then sent a confirmation code, and you will have to input that as a second authorization verification. And this is something they do quite often. All right, so once you get logged in, you'll go to the front page of the Walmart Seller Hub. This is basically where you will sign in, and you will basically do everything from this page. You will verify your business, your payment. You will also be where you will open your catalog and add items. This is basically your Seller Center Hub. So now we'll go over, if you get denied, how to appeal that, because chances are you'll get denied the first time. I did, and a lot of people do. So let's say you do not get an email right away, and you are then in the process of onboarding, or you're in the process of maybe getting a denial. Walmart makes you fight for it in every aspect. If you want to get ungated, you gotta fight for it. If you want to get on the platform, you gotta fight for it. So they really make you fight for it, but it's worth it. So let's go over how to appeal that denial if you get one. If your application got denied on Walmart, these are the things that you can do to appeal that denial. So first, they're definitely looking for experienced sellers. They're looking for sellers who have a sales history, who have been on the e-commerce space before, and they are looking for just an online presence of your e-commerce. And lastly, they are looking for people who have a variety of products. They're not just selling one brand or one thing. They're looking for sellers who have a variety of products that they can take to their customers on the Walmart platform. So when you are getting this denial, what are they asking for? Are they asking for lack of documentation, which typically is the SSR4 form? It is an IRS form that verifies your EIN number. They don't say that's what you're missing, but typically that's what you're missing. That's the beauty of Walmart. They don't tell you, you just kind of have to know. Or do they saying you meet eligibility requirements, or are they saying you're just not meeting the standard guidelines? There's a lot of reasons why. So let's go over what you can respond to on how to appeal that denial. I'm going to go over briefly about what you can respond in this email. But this slideshow is available down in the description below, where I have all the documents that I'm going over. Again, if anything that you see, I am going to add it to the description. So go ahead and check it out so you can get a better look at it. But in your email response, you can just say that you are an experienced seller, you've been on such X platform, and you sell this type of products, and definitely link your storefront. And you will also want to attach all your documents, including that SSR4 form, and probably your ID and all the matching information, plus a bank statement wouldn't hurt, just to verify your address. So this is kind of the things that you will respond to when it comes to appealing your decision to Walmart. So for me, I got an instant denial, and this is kind of what I responded. And typically they will overturn it within 3 to 5 business days. However, with the process now, it may take a little longer. All right, so this is the example of the SS4 form. I thought it was the SSR4 form. Either way, this is the example that this is what it should look like. If you do not have a copy of it, reach out to the IRS and say you want a copy of your SSR4 form. If you reach out and say you are looking to get a form, then they'll make you reapply, and you don't need to reapply. You just need a copy of your form. So definitely find it, because it is something that you will need to have. And again, here is the information to get this form. I've also included the phone number and how to get your form. The second option is opening a case with Walmart, requesting why exactly you were denied. You may or may not be able to open a case. Sometimes you are able to open a case and sometimes you're not. We're going to go over that more within the course later on. So when it comes to Walmart, you have to follow up, and follow up. It's a lot of following up, and you have to be persistent and you have to be consistent. Make sure you keep an eye on your email, because they will be sending you an email every time they respond or every time they receive your request. Make sure you're staying on top of it, because it will expire within a certain amount of time. If you are able to open a case, definitely open a case. And if you're unsure how to open a case, we're going to go over that more within the course later on. Third option is opening a chat with the customer service. Sometimes they disable this option that you're not able to talk to them through chat, or you're not able to call them. If you're able to call them, that option is available. Definitely do that. That is like the best case. The Walmart support are very helpful, especially when you're talking to them on the phone. But again, sometimes they disable this and sometimes they enable it. So we never really know it's an option, but if it's an option right now, definitely do that. I definitely want to to stress that Walmart does make you fight for it, but it is completely worth it. The opportunity on Walmart is amazing. It's there, it's possible, and don't get discouraged if you keep waiting for your application to be processed. If you are getting so frustrated, definitely reach out to me. I can definitely try and help you and see if maybe we can reapply or what the other options are, but definitely reach out if you haven't heard within a couple months. If it's been months and you want to reapply, you'll need to reopen a new LLC. So let's go over if you wanted to open a new LLC and make your application stronger by obtaining that Google footprint. So let's go over those. There are many ways to get a Google footprint, and I think the two best ways when it comes to selling on Walmart is having a website and a domain email address. You could go make it really strong and have an Instagram account, Facebook account, YouTube account. All these accounts have followers, but I think the bare minimum or it's necessary to have an email and a website. Now this website can be very basic, one page. I would have it about us, have a little story about you, your business, maybe have a picture of you, or if it's a family business, have a picture of the family, or just have it make it look nice, but definitely have a section of contact us. This could be your email, this could be your phone number, or just the best way to contact you. You could put in your storefront if you wanted to. I know most people won't or don't want to, which is totally fine. This is just something that Walmart looks at to see that you are a serious seller, you know what you're doing, and having a website definitely proves that you are a serious business. And again, having that email address match this website also makes your case a little bit stronger. And in my opinion, anybody that's used a domain email to apply typically get approved right away, if not a couple days later. So it definitely matters, and I definitely think it's something that they look for versus an @Gmail, @Hotmail. I think these domain emails are the way to go when it comes to getting your account approved. Now that your account is approved and you're ready to go, let's go ahead and go through the setting up process. And this is a PowerPoint that I'll be referencing, and again, it will be available for you down in the description. So let's get started with setting up your account. First is you will need to verify the following information: your business verification, which is uploading your bank statements and anything to verify your business and your articles of incorporation, and as well as any other documents, maybe your driver's license and or passport. Next, you'll want to set up your fulfillment, which if you plan on doing WFS or seller fulfilled, and you will also need to enter in where you want your returned items to be, which is usually your warehouse or your PO box or your house, whichever you prefer. Next, you will also be wanting to add items into your catalog. So this is what the screen will look like. So now we will go step by step. So these are the required documents: your driver's license, they will want front and back, your SS4 form, also your articles of incorporation, and of course your state business license. After you have uploaded those documents, it'll take about 3 to 5 business days. Pioneer. Next is doing your payment options. Obviously, you want to get paid, so you want to upload that. I personally use Payoneer. I've not had any issues with it. I have heard people having issues with Hyperwallet, but personally, I've not had any issues with Payoneer, so that's what I've selected, but definitely do what's best for you and your business. Next is shipping settings. This is where you want to put the information in where you want your returns to go to. Now, this can be your warehouse that you have or your house, a PO box, but definitely not a virtual address or the Walmart warehouse themselves. This is your address that you'll receive returns. Next, you'll want to set up your WFS. Now, this is important because when you are on the Walmart Seller Hub and the WFS icon does not have a drop down, that means you're not fully set up to do WFS. If you click on it and you do have drop downs, that's great, you're set to go. But if you click on it and nothing really happens, you need to set it up for sure. And you will want to do these 3 things to verify. You will want to do contact, returns, and billing. And again, those will take about 3 to 5 days to get verified as well. So now it's time to add items into your inventory. When you first start, you will only have about 250 SKUs to start with. So you don't want to add SKUs that you may or may not have items on hand yet. And you also do not want to add items that you're gated or restricted in. And I know you're thinking, how do I know if I'm gated or restricted? And I'm definitely going to go over that more in the course. But for now, try to not add anything you're gated or restricted in. and I would recommend adding in about 5 to 10 items. And having at least 5 of those items as WFS eligible. Even if you don't plan on doing WFS, definitely have a couple of WFS eligible items, and that way it opens up the WFS section for you, because you'll definitely need that later on. And again, you'll want to note how many SKUs you have available. Typically, you start off with 250. I have heard some people starting out with 50. So if that's the case, you need to be very, very picky of what you add into your catalog. And again, these do typically take about 3 to 5 business days to get approved. Sometimes you do have to go in, verify again, and just kind of glitch the system out. Walmart does get very glitchy. So sometimes you just have to kind of be persistent and follow up with it. But in the meantime, you can start sourcing and you can start your process of getting items added to your catalog and start seeing those sales roll in. So now let's go into our back office and add in all the About Us information. This is what the customer will see when they purchase from you. This is something you'll want to have. It's just kind of nice to look. To be honest, I went a long time without having it, but now it looks nice when people click on my store. Then they can see my little pretty logo, my designs, and just about me and what I like to sell. So let's go ahead and look into that. So let's just jump right in. Okay, so to set up your About Us, you'll want to log into your Walmart Seller Center Hub, and you'll want to go into your back office, which is accessed through the gear up here at the top right. So we will go ahead and click there. As you can see, it says, "Hi, Amanda," and then my store number there. I do have that blurred, but yours will say either onboarding or active, or hopefully not terminated or suspended. So that's where you'll be able to check to see if your account is active or if you're just in the onboarding phase. So we'll go ahead and click down to company information. So we'll go ahead and click there. And this is where you can upload your logo or your banner. Now the logo must be 504 pixels by 504 pixels. And then the banner, I believe, is by 1676 by 940 pixels. Now, for me, I just went into Canva, and I will go ahead and show you what I did with Canva. I went and did create new design. I scroll down to customize design, and that is when I put 504 by 504 pixels, and then I created my design from there. And then I did the same thing with the banner. I then uploaded it as a PNG, and that way I was able to easily upload it. So this just took me about 5-10 minutes in Canva to create the logo and the banner. I just kind of had a little bit of fun with it. Next is adding in About Us. So let's add that in. So down below, this is where you can add in your About Me. This is where customers can see what you're about, what your store is about, and why they should buy from you. Does it work? I don't know, honestly. But this is where they can take a look and see what your store is about and what you have in your store. So honestly, I just went to ChatGPT. You can use Claude or any other AI. Give them a little bit about you and, put in something professional, make it sound professional, and then I just kind of copy and pasted it. It's really not something to stress over. If you don't have this, that's totally fine. I didn't have it, but I think it's a nice touch. It makes your business look strong. It makes you look like you know you're, and it makes other sellers know that you are in this space and you're serious. That's how you upload all of this About Me. So let's go ahead and finish setting up the rest of your account. Now that you're all set up and you're excited to get started sourcing, where do you start? What categories do you start with? And I'm just going to mention the quick categories that I like to start with. And then once we start sourcing and really diving into what we want to sell, these are the ones that I recommend everyone to start out with. First is home. I love doing home decor, anything like that, anything that is pretty, fun. I love selling home decor. As long as it has like a bestseller badge, those are my favorite. Next is kitchen and the small appliances, coffee makers, food processors. All those small appliances do really well, especially when it's Walmart to Walmart. So I love selling air fryers and coffee makers. Next is camping gear. Right now it is summertime, so maybe camping gear isn't the best thing to look for right now, but when it goes on sale, they are very profitable and it is something that you can really look into. But do take note that Ozark is a top camping gear. It is a restricted brand. Next is sports. This is such a great category, from tennis rackets to baseball bats to all of the gear when it comes to sports, and it is a great category to really dive in. Next is toys. I know toys toys had a hot topic a little while ago, but I sell a lot of toys, and as long as there are other sellers on the listing and you're going through all the things to make sure you can sell it, then I definitely sell toys. So as long as they aren't 3 and under, then I definitely love selling toys. Next is grocery. Grocery is such an amazing opportunity because you can sell bundles and it's a replenishable item. So people will buy the same things over and over again. So these categories are definitely where to start looking, but there are so many opportunities everywhere, even apparel or pets, as long as it's not pet food or pet consumables, you're good. There's just so many opportunities along with automotive and everything like that. So these are the good categories to start with, but it's not the end all be all list. So now let's dive into what you need to get started, such as the tools and softwares that are needed and ones that are just nice to have, but not necessary. There are many tools and softwares out there that help you with your Walmart business, but I'm only going to talk about 3 today because I think those are the most essential for your Walmart business, 2 of which are good for Walmart and Amazon. So I personally love a one-stop shop, and the 2 that are both good for Amazon and Walmart, and that is, the first one is a flash pricer. This helps reprices your inventory, and it does Amazon and Walmart. So it really is a one-stop shop when it comes to repricing and knowing where your inventory is, especially with your inventory management type things. Second for both platforms is Seller Board. This helps determine if you're being profitable in your business and how much your items are selling for and how much money you're actually making. Again, this is good for both platforms, so a one-stop shop is perfect. The third is WAMP. This is your ROI in your profit calculator, and the creators of WAMP is SellerAmp. So I know a lot of people use and love SellerAmp, so they've created WAMP, which is the Walmart version. These are the 3 tools and softwares that I highly recommend using. The rest are kind of fluff and stuff you don't necessarily need starting up, but these are definitely the ones that definitely use starting up. But if I had to choose to only use one of these, it would definitely be using WAMP. You need to know your profit calculator and expenses. Flash Pricer for repricing isn't necessarily needed up front. If you have less than 100 SKUs, I really wouldn't recommend jumping into a repricer. It's great, but it's not necessary with such fewer SKUs. Once you kind of grow and get more SKUs in your Walmart catalog, then definitely add it. And same with Seller Board, just as long as you're using kind of common knowledge to know if you're being profitable or not. You definitely need to track that, but I know it's an added expense up front. So definitely WAMP is the first one to really get. And again, it is a 14-day free trial, so check it down below to grab that free trial. So first, let's jump into Flash Pricer, where I'm going to be showing you my exact strategies on how to use and set up Flash Pricer. One of the things that I love about Flash Pricer is it really is the best repricer out there. I have tried all the other Walmart repricers and they just don't really help that much. So I love Flash Pricer, 1, because it really works, and 2, it helps me with my Amazon and Walmart repricer. I'm all about softwares that help me with both platforms, and this is one of them. So I get to set up my Amazon repricing strategy and my Walmart repricing strategy in the same place. It's in the same dashboard. So let's dive in. I'm going to show you exactly how I have my Walmart strategy set up. I'm not going to show my Amazon Walmart strategy just because we're all about Walmart here. So I will go ahead and dive right in. All right, as you can see, your dashboard is right here. I do have it blurred, but it shows you your revenue, your profit, your margin profit, which is so good to know, your ROI, units sold, and your inventory evaluation or your inventory value, which I never knew that's how much I had in inventory. So that's really good to know. This dashboard does have Amazon and Walmart together. So, but you can separate them as well. And as you scroll down, you can see that you have your Amazon and your Walmart. They kind of do mix in, but you can also separate them out. You can look at just Amazon by clicking the Amazon button, or you can click on the Walmart by just clicking on that. And you can also filter your inventory by all these different things, such as inventory age. You can have your stock, and then you can also look at what items are your max price, what items are your minimum price, what if the buy box is suppressed. You can also just look at so many things, whether you do your FBM listing or seller fulfilled, whether you're in stock or out of stock. There are so many ways you can filter this, and my personal favorite, I guess, is missing cost. If I don't have my cost in there, I know I'm not repricing it. So that is the one that I use the most. And then you can filter out by your sales channel, which is Walmart or Amazon. And then you can also have multiple strategies, and so you can also filter by that as well. And then, so this is just really simple. That is what I love about Flash Pricer. It's simple, it's user friendly, because repricing is not my favorite, to be quite honest. And so that is why I love Flash Pricer. So let's just dive into our strategies. And again, I will only do the Walmart today. So I'm going to click on these three little dots, and I have labeled it as Walmart Buy Box. So I will go ahead and do that there. And I'm going to click edit just so you can see what it is. So, and then I'll go into all the other features as well. So I just enabled it as Walmart Buy Box, and it is for resellers. If you are a private label, you can also select that there. So I'm going to continue, and then I have selected Walmart right here. And then I will go ahead and continue with strategy settings. Feel free to just kind of copy and paste. I have really dialed in my strategy. So if you want to copy me, totally do that. That's what I do when it comes to reprices, is I just copy somebody else. So I will go ahead and click buy box, and I will match the buy box. And when Walmart is a competitor, I like to subtract $1 just to kind of see. And then if WFS is the buy box, I will subtract 5 cents. Just remember, this will not go below your minimum. So if you don't have a minimum set in there, then it could kind of go below what you want to spend. So be sure to add in your minimums, and at the very least, maximums aren't as important. And so there's that. And when buy box is suppressed, you'll want to get the lowest price, subtract 5. When there is no competition, I put do not reprice. And when you've acquired the buy box, I put do not reprice. There's no reason to reprice if you're already there. Now, this next feature is one of my favorites. I currently have it turned off because I'm trialing something right now. But what it does is it yo-yos your price. So if I have this checked on, every 360 minutes, I will set it to my max, or I will set it to my minimum, and it'll stay there for about however long you determine. So 5 minutes, 15 minutes. So let's say you want to set it to your minimum for 15 minutes and stay there. Or you actually want to maybe increase to your maximum. So then if you increase it to your maximum for 15 minutes, then that puts everyone else like, oh my gosh, I got to up price. So then everyone else will follow you. And then you go back down to where you were, and then you'll get the buy box. It's kind of this advanced strategy, which is so interesting to me. But this is what I will do. I will set it to my max I will do it for 90 minutes. That way it doesn't overwhelm the system. And I will have it there for 10 minutes. And then once that time frame is done, then it'll go back to where the price was. And then I guess this also is another trick right here, is when your item is out of stock. So this is going to help you with your competitive price. I think this is a little bit of a hack. When your item is out of stock, subtract $3. Actually, I'm going to change this to $5. Now, this is something to be very cognizant of. If your item is out of stock and you do plan on replenishing this, do not use this strategy. I find items doing retail arbitrage, so I don't typically find the items again. So this helps me stay within that competitive price, because even if you are at zero stock, you still need to be competitive with your price. And if you're like, what's the competitive price I have to do with this? We'll go into that with the Pro Seller Badge. Within this Pro Seller Badge, you have to be competitive with your price. And this is how I've been competitive with my price, is this little thing right here. Go into that, all that, but this is how I've been competitive. All right, so then we'll continue on with that. And now you can do this either way of how you want to set your strategies. So you can set it min and max prices, which is what I typically do. I don't want it to go below minimum, or you can calculate versus ROI. You want a minimum of 20% with a maximum of 80. That's easy. Or you can calculate by profit margin or by fixed profit. So there's that too. There's so many ways that you can do your strategy. Or you can include merchant fulfills. So that also helps with, you can include or exclude shipping. So I'm going to just keep it at the manually min and max, and I'm going to save that. And then I'm going to update my strategy because I did the yo-yo pricing, which is incredibly important. All right, so I will go ahead, and it's that easy. There's no like trying to figure out your inventory age. If you want to do that, that's totally fine. But I am able to flip my inventory within 30 or 60 days. So I don't like doing aged inventory or anything like that. So that is easy. Now it's signing up, right? It's like, oh my gosh, a new repricer. But this one is so easy to set up. You get 14 days of a free trial, plus you can bulk upload. It took me probably 2 hours to send in about 500 SKUs. So it really wasn't that bad. Setting it up is incredibly easy. You're able to do a bulk upload. And I came from Be Cool. So what I was able to do was I was able to bulk download all of my min and maxims and then put it over here. It really was not difficult because I know when people are switching over repricers, they're just like, what's going on? So repricing this was amazing. So you can bulk upload, which is amazing. And then you have reports. Their reports are so legit. I love them. You can go by history. You can set it up to where you get emails if you are not in a buy box for how long. So it's really good to dive into the reports that they have. But now I'm going to go over to my favorite feature, and that is in strategies. So you can click on these three little dots over here and compare performance. Now, this is such an underrated feature that I don't think it's talked about enough. So I'm going to select all of May. So I'm going to compare April to May, and it is going to be generate report. It does take tokens. I have 20 tokens available because we're just started a new month. And so it is going to compare my April to May and see what went right, what went wrong, where am I at in my business, and what we could do better for July, because we are currently in July right now. So this feature really kind of tells me in numbers, and I love that. I am very data driven, so this is what will come up. So now that the report is generated, it gives you a full analysis of what we're like kind of comparing. So it gives you a full analysis of your Walmart buy box strategy, which is what we're looking for. So it gives you a total revenue. It gives you your total profit and units sold and your profit margin. I do have a lot of this blurred because I just don't want my real numbers out there. And it also gives you the increase of your profit margin. And it also gives you your fees and your costs of your before and after. And it also gives you these key findings and if you had a decline or increase of the percentage and how much. So this is a really good analysis of how you did in a lot of good information. And it's easy to read. It's not a lot of numbers. It's not the grid. It's not all these things. So this is a perfect thing to really know and understand. I love this feature. And this is one of the key things I use for Flash Pricer because I'm always wanting to improve and be better. So let's just go back into Flash Pricer, but I hope that was helpful. All right, well, that is how I set up my strategy for Flash Pricer. And if you want a free 14-day trial, check out the link in the description. I will also put it in the documents for you to review, but I highly recommend you trying it. It's the best out there, and I really enjoy using Flash Pricer. Easy to use, easy to understand, and it gets me results. So now let's jump on over to WAMP. The next software that I think is a must-have is a profit calculator. You need to know whether an item is profitable, what's not, and if there are other sellers on the listing. Having a profit calculator is really crucial to any kind of business, and I use WAMP. And WAMP is actually the creators of SellerAmp. WAMP is the best out there. They are so good, and I absolutely love them on the desktop as well as mobile. As of today, which is July 2nd, they currently don't have mobile, but stay tuned for that. It is coming soon. So with WAMP, it is starting out at $24.99, and then it does go up from there. But the Getting Started package works just fine. As you can see, Getting Started does include 2 devices, 1,000 lookups. It does do 3 months of charts and badges, which badges we will go more into, but those are very important to know. And then you also get to export to 1 Google Sheet. I live in Google Sheets. I love them. I use them all the time, especially when I'm sourcing. It's easy to use. It is seriously a no-brainer. And you do get a 14-day free trial. So if you want to check it out, I will also have that in the description down below to get you that 14-day free trial. And then if you want to increase your limits, you can go up to $34.99. I will show you what it looks like. It pops up with every listing. So here we are. I brought up this Squishmallow for Harry Potter. I love selling Squishmallows. And let's just kind of take a preview of what you're looking at. I will be using it throughout this entire course. So I'm just going to briefly go over it because once you're done with this course, you'll be pretty familiar with it. So it does kind of break down up here at the top. It gives you your dimensions, which is important because that's how WFS fees are calculated. And you are able to open up SaaS when you are in this item. And we'll more on that a little later. So let's say I bought this, on sale for $5 at our local Walmart, and the max cost would be $14.96. But let's say $21.99, that is the default. I can also switch seller fulfilled or WFS right there. And then I look down at the other sellers. It looks like all the other sellers at the $21.99 mark. And then WFS is the equivalent of FBA or seller fulfilled, which is FBM. So it kind of breaks it down like that. And then you have the price history. It was at $26.70 earlier in last year in August, but it has now dropped down to $15.99, I guess that's sold out, but now it's up to $21.99. And then it gives us the offer and the ranking with the reviews. And then it gives us a buy box analysis, which is great because there's a lot of people on this listing, means they have sold out and they have not come back, which is perfect. And then you are able to export to Google Sheets right down here. And then down below that are your badges. We will go way more in depth with these, but it's good to know whether a listing has badges. And you also have the reviews here. So this would be a great product if we were able to find it for $5, which I find a lot of Squishmallows are for $5. So this is WAMP. I think it is a must-have software to have when you're sourcing, whether you do OA or RA. There are other calculators out there, but in my opinion, WAMP is the best right now. And now we'll jump into Sellerboard, where we can look at all of our financials and making sure we're making a profit. So let's jump into that. Sellerboard is another tool that I love because it does Amazon and Walmart at the same time. Now, I won't be logging into my personal store because I don't want to put my numbers out there, but I love that you're able to look at your daily and your weekly, monthly, and your projected future of your sales. Now, I love that Sellerboard does both Walmart and Amazon. And it's just a great way to know your numbers, know your profit, know your dashboard. And I love that you're able to add in your expenses to really understand if you're making a profit or not. And you're able to add in your expenses as a monthly or as a daily expense. And it really is a better tool. And it also gives a 14-day free trial if you want to check it out. I will also add that down in the description below. And so it really does do really well. Sellerboard has definitely come a long way because about a year ago, everything was about 2 weeks off. And now they've come so far that the delay is less and less. It maybe has a 2 or 3 day delay, which is all on the Walmart side, not Sellerboard. But the fact that we're getting more information sooner is really refreshing and really nice. And the fees that they have put in Sellerboard are accurate. I don't really have to go through and double check them. I'm very confident that Sellerboard has very solid information. So another must have, and it's fairly cheap. Let's look at the pricing just so you kind of get an understanding of where it would be. So I only pay $15 a month, which is amazing, especially when you're doing both platforms. And I don't have any VAs, so it's just me. But if you did have VAs, it would go to the $23 a month. And you're able to really know your numbers, which is $15 a month. So I highly suggest getting Sellerboard, and you'll see that in the description below. Welcome to Module 3, and this is where the meat and potatoes of the course really is. We're going to go over things such as badges, how things sell, the fees of Walmart, and basically everything in between. And if any point during this time you're really struggling and you need some one-on-one coaching, I do offer one-on-ones, and I also have a Walmart Discord community where we talk about all things Walmart in that community, so be sure to check those down below. But first, let's jump into badges. On Walmart, we don't necessarily have a Keepa like we do for Amazon that tells us how a product is doing over a certain amount of time, but instead Walmart awards each item a badge. So let's dive into these badges. The first is best seller. This is the best badge to really look for. This is my favorite to sell because I know this badge will sell quickly and it'll sell for that price point that I'm looking for. So this is the best seller, is definitely the best badge that I like to sell. Next is popular pick. This can be an item that is currently trending. This is an item that may not have a long period of being a great seller, but right now it is really good. So that is why it goes from a popular pick. A lot of times it can go from popular pick to bestseller once it maintains that history of sales. So popular pick is also a really good to look for. Next is overall pick. This is usually when there are different types of variations. For example, if there's 15 different colors of cups and the blue one performs better than the purple one, then the blue one will have the overall pick versus the purple one. So this is just kind of showing you which variations sell the best. Next is my probably second favorite, which is in people's carts. Now this one applies to the online only sales, which is important because the sales rank in Walmart also takes into account sales in store and online, which isn't necessarily fair because different locations have different items, so you can't really tell with the selling rank if it's a good product or not. For example, swimming gear in August will do really well all around the nation. It'll still do well in Florida, but in Seattle, it won't do well in like October. So it's really hard to do a best-selling rank on Walmart. So that's why this bought in people's cart is so important, because this reflects only online sales. And it could be in 25 people's carts, it could be in 100 plus people's carts. The number changes and kind of varies, but the in people's cart is a badge to definitely look for. Then there is a clearance badge. This is in bright yellow, and this is definitely obvious it's on clearance, and it may not not be on clearance for long. There's no really telling how long it will be, but this is also a great opportunity to flip Walmart to Walmart, especially during Walmart deals and when there's a bunch of Walmart sales. Clearance is really good Walmart to Walmart. It's actually my favorite method, so that's why I do like to look at the clearance section. Next is rollback. Now this is typically a sale that the manufacturer or the brand or the Walmart is putting on to see if that item will sell at a lower price. It's not as low as a clearance sale. It's just kind of usually a couple dollars off, between maybe 2 to 5, sometimes 10, depending on how expensive the item is. It's not a really big sale, to be honest. I kind of look at them sometimes, but not really. And a lot of times the manufacturer will go on a rollback and decide they're going to keep their price point at that higher one and then go back. A lot of times this could also be a good indicator that it goes on clearance. So you just kind of have to watch these rollbacks and kind of take mental note when you're in stores of if that item will either go on clearance or if it'll go back up to that normal price point. And then the last one is a flash deal. This is when it is on sale for just a short amount of time and then it'll go back up to the normal price. So this is also a really good Walmart to Walmart flip. So these are the badges that I really pay attention to when I'm sourcing. Especially, I love having the history of a badge. Like in WAMP, I can see the badges had a history of being a bestseller 23 times, which really is a good indicator that it is going to sell well. All right, so now let's jump into a buy or pass evaluation to see how items really sell and how we can determine whether we want to buy or pass on an item. How do we know an item sells without Keepa? And I have come up with 10 different rules that I like to follow to ensure that I am buying good choices and making a good profit. So I'm going to be referencing my buy or pass blueprint. It is also in the description if you want to take a look at it. So let's now go to our 10 rules that I like to follow. Rule number 1 are badges. I love selling on listings that have badges. Of course, bestseller is my favorite one, but all the other badges are important as well. So I really like making sure a listing has badges. If not, it's not an automatic no, but it is something I really look for. Rule number 2, there must be other sellers on the listing and there must be WFS and seller fulfilled. If there isn't, then that is a good indicator that it's gated or restricted, or they're just not allowing anybody on the listing at that time. So that is definitely an automatic no and a pass for me. Rule number 3 is there must be reviews on the product. If there's only 3 or 4 reviews, chances are it is a duplicate listing or it's a brand new product and there's been no demand for it just quite yet. So there must be reviews and they must be positive. I don't want to be selling on a listing where it has just 2 stars, because 2 or 3 stars means it could be a high return rate. So I would pass on a low ratings or low reviews. Rule number 4 is I follow the 3 times rule. Especially when I'm doing RA, if I'm buying for something for $5, I want to flip it for more than 15. So that is kind of the rule that I like to follow. And of course, it depends if I'm buying an item for 15. I typically like to sell it with a 2-time rate, about 30. So anything below $10 is a 3-time rate. Above 15 is about the 2 times rate, but that's why I always have WAMP with me and calculate those ROIs. But typically, the 3 times rule is a great way to start. Rule number 5 is a minimum net profit. I want to be able to sell something for $4 profit. However, I will make an exception if it is a bestseller and if there's a lot of them. If I'm able to buy 20 or 30 of an item at a $2 profit, I'm definitely taking it. But for the most part, I like to keep that minimum of a $4 profit. Rule number 6 is the minimum ROI. I like to be at 35 to 40% ROI, especially when I'm doing RA. I typically get higher than that, but I like to stay that 35 or 40 when I'm doing like the traditional OA. Rule 7 is active and healthy listings. I want to see that the pictures are professional, they look good, and if I would buy them as a consumer, would I like to look at this? And also I like to look for the full description being completely filled out. If there's a couple things missing, it's not a big deal, but if there are certain things missing, then I definitely pass, and we'll definitely go more into this later on in the course. Rule 8 is I avoid these problematic categories, and that is because they are restricted, which is health and beauty, pet consumables, baby consumables, and a few other categories. But we'll go more into that in the restricted category section. Rule 9 is avoid gated or restricted brands or categories. This is a no-brainer. That's why you want to see other sellers on the listing, especially when you're in store and you don't know. Unfortunately, with Walmart, we don't know if we're gated until we add that item into our catalog. With Amazon, we're able to use Seller Amp to see if we're eligible or not, but Walmart doesn't have that. So you just have to add it to your catalog to see. However, in my Discord, I do have a running brand list of things that are gated or restricted. So that is also a good way to know if a brand is gated or restricted. Rule number 10 is test out of stock items. Now these can be done very well or these can kind of be a flop. It really depends. My personal testing is 5 items. I'll test it for 5 and see how it goes. Sometimes I will test it as seller fulfilled and then do WFS. It really just depends on the item and how the listing looks and the history of that item, which we can look through with WAMP and all these other kind of other products out there. So with these 10 rules, this is how we determine if a product will sell or not. In my bypass blueprint, I also have scenarios of when to buy and when to pass. In these scenarios gives real life situations that I've had to deal with and I've either passed on them or I've purchased them and tested them out. So if you want to read these scenarios, definitely check out my blueprint, or there is a scorecard if that works better for you where you can add up a certain amount of points and that will tell you whether it is a pass or buy. So go ahead and check it out in the description. So now next up is learning the buy box. How do we know the buy box rotation if we don't have a keeper like we do with Amazon? And so Walmart has a few things that come into play when determining the buy box. Walmart wants its customers to receive quality and authentic products at the lowest price, on time, and at the shortest amount of shipping time as well. So with all those factors really tie into the buy box. First is price. Lowest price typically wins. However, if a customer can receive an item faster, let's say on the West Coast and they go on East Coast, then that person would get the buy box. Also, the buy box is regional. The buy box in New York will be a lot different than in Miami or in Seattle or even LA. They're all different because it is based off of the price and the shipping time. However, they do favor WFS sellers, and especially WFS sellers who have the Pro Seller badge. So basically, if you are a WFS seller with a Pro badge, you definitely get that bump. However, the next would be any WFS seller, and then I think it would go down to price, and then it will go down to shipping, the time frame of that. So having all of these come into play really does matter. And we'll go more into seller fulfilled and WFS, but I do strongly believe that WFS gets the buy box more than seller fulfilled simply because they're able to do the 2-day shipping, even if that is active on your seller fulfilled account. So now with the Pro Seller badge, a lot of people say they do see a bump in their sales when they have it and others say they don't. So it really depends on you and your business if you want to reach that Pro Seller badge or not. So that's definitely part of the buy box, but it's not everything. A pro tip that I do a lot is sometimes I will change the location of my delivery or my address to New York or LA and sometimes Miami just to see that buy box and to see who is receiving what and where. Also, when it comes to the buy box, I also do compete with Walmart because they could have all of their stock in Atlanta and I am sending all of my things to typically the warehouse in Pennsylvania, which I don't understand. I'm in Seattle. Why would I be sending it to Pennsylvania? But if a customer is ordering my product in, let's say, New York, I would be getting the buy box over Walmart because their supply is in Atlanta. Mine's in Pennsylvania. So it would definitely get to the customer faster. So that is why I like to compete with Walmart when it comes to WFS. So now let's talk about how to get ungated and what that process looks like. How to get ungated is one of the most common questions that I get when it comes to selling on Walmart. On Amazon, you're either gated or restricted on certain brands or categories. However, on Walmart, gated and restricted seem to be interchangeable and it's kind of confusing, so let's dive into it. For example, health and beauty is restricted on Walmart, but you can get ungated for it. And you can sell within the health and beauty if you submit the correct documents. So getting ungated and unrestricted is the same process. However, I believe in order to get unrestricted, it has a little bit more information, but we'll get into that. So the most common gated brands on Walmart are Disney, Lego, Star Wars, Squishmallows, Magic Mixies, KitchenAid, and Pokemon. And also the whole category of Halloween is also gated. The restricted brands on Walmart is health and beauty, personal care, pet consumables, baby consumables, and food supplements. So let's just dive into all of those. So when it comes to getting ungated and unrestricted, they are the same process. You do need 50 units of an item. So that is just 50 units. I know on Amazon it can be 100, 400, a kind of a crazy number, but on Walmart it's just 50 units. And when I got unrestricted with health and beauty, I did have to have 50 units, plus I had to have a history of selling that category. So if you want to check out my health and beauty unrestricted guide, it is in the description below. And I also have an ungating guide below as well for when you want to ungate in certain categories, such as Disney, Star Wars, and all the ones I mentioned before. So let's talk about the ungating process. Like I said, you do need 50 units from a verified supplier. That could be if you do wholesale, then you probably already have those connections. However, I don't do wholesale, so I just use Amazon as my supplier. I bought directly from Amazon. I was able to buy 50 units of a product and then upload that invoice to Walmart. So before you purchase your items, you want to add the item into your catalog first to get the error. This error says that you must have pre-authorization for approval of selling this product. So once you get that error, it then gives you a link to where you can open a case and start the ungating process. It's important to do this first so then you don't get an error that's for like IP or different issues. You want the error for ungating. And that's why it's so important to do this step first, because you don't want to buy products where you can't even get ungated or unrestricted. And if you're not sure what a restricted item will be, we're going to go more into that in the next section of the restricted brands. All right, so once you purchase your 50 items, now a lot of times people say, do I need to be 50 of one item? And not necessarily. As long as it's all in one invoice, you can do 20 of one item, 30 of another, as long as it's on one invoice and it makes sense. I will be the first to say that Walmart, they needed things broken down like a kindergartner or even a preschooler. So if you make it as simple as possible, that's the best. If you have it spanned across 4 or 5 different invoices, it can be a little confusing to them and they probably don't want to take the time to figure it out. So making it as simple and easiest for them to understand is the best way to go. So having one invoice of 50 units, whether that's 2 products, 3 products, it doesn't really matter as long as it's 50 units on one single invoice. And making sure that that invoice matches your name and also your address of your business also helps as well. Once you have ordered those products and you have them arrive to your house, you want to take pictures of all the items, also with the invoice and with everything you can think of. I took pictures of the front, the back of the products, all the products together. Take as many photos as you can and upload what you think is best, but I did the front, the back with the invoice, and that makes it a lot better for Amazon to understand that you purchased all 50 units. Then once you go to open your case, you'll be asked all of these questions. And again, these are in my guide, so go ahead and take a look at that. But these are the questions that they will ask you, whether you are a brand direct, and you can say no, that doesn't automatically exclude you. Just be honest and open with all these questions. And then once you submit your case, be sure to write down your case number and log all of that. And then be sure to follow up with any emails that they may send you. Sometimes they'll say they don't have the information and you just have to re-upload it or resend it. I had to do this about 3 or 4 times when it came to ungating with my health and beauty. They said I didn't attach something, so I attached it again. Then I had to reopen the case, and I did that about 3 or 4 times. So be consistent and follow up, because Walmart does not make it easy. But at the end of the day, it's worth it. If you keep going and keep doing it when most others will quit, that's what gives you the advantage. All right, so once you get the confirmation that you've been approved, you will typically see the errors in your account go to publish. If you don't see them go to publish within about a day or 2, then go ahead and re-add those items into your catalog and they should go to published. If not, open a case and typically they'll get them published as soon as they can. I also want to stress that when it comes to ungating, you're not typically looking for a product to make a profit. A lot of times I lose money on my items that I get ungated with because I just want to open the category. I just want to sell that brand, so I don't typically make a profit. So when I was getting ungated with health and beauty, everyone's getting a lotion in their stocking. Everyone's getting lotion for their birthday. So I have 50 units of a hand cream. So that's what they're all getting. I did not make a profit. I wasn't looking to make a profit. I just want to sell that category. So don't stress too much when it comes to making a profit. Unfortunately, it's just also part of the game when it comes to selling on Walmart or even on Amazon. I highly recommend you get ungated in a couple brands because that is where the competition is even less. I sell a lot of Squishmallows. I sell a lot of Disney and a lot of health and beauty. And that's because not a lot of people are ungated in them. So it's definitely recommended. And if you have any questions when it comes to getting ungated, send me a message at amanda@flippingwithamanda.com. Or you can send me a message on Instagram or Facebook. I tend to be there mostly in my email. or you can just set up a one-on-one session or join the Discord, of course. So now let's go into the restricted brands of what we can't even get ungated in. There are some restricted brands when it comes to Walmart that you're not even able to apply to even sell. And that's because these are exclusive to Walmart only, and these brands don't want anyone else selling their products besides them. And again, I do have a running list in my Discord, and that is available in the description below. But a few brands I will just kind of mention as restricted that we can't sell. All right, so let's get into the most common restricted brands. They are Adventure Force, Equate, Everly Well, the clothing brand George, and anything Great Value, Mainstays, Celebrate, On, the electronics brand, Pioneer Women, Paul Mitchell, Terra and Sky, Time and True, Victoria's Secret, and Wonders Nation, and Joyce Bun. All of these brands are Walmart exclusive, so you cannot sell them. And the best way to tell if a brand is restricted is having Walmart only on the listing. Sometimes the brand isn't on the listing, but just Walmart. And typically, if it's just Walmart, then it's probably restricted. And the best way to know if you're restricted in an item is to adding it to your inventory, and then you'll get that error saying you're not able to sell this item. So that's kind of why I like to go with having other sellers on the listing, so I know right away I can sell it. So now let's go into the prohibited products. When it comes to selling on Walmart, and if you're also selling on Amazon, you're aware of the prohibited products. It's kind of one of the items that we stay away from. And in this section, I like to kind of go by Amazon rules. They don't have a whole lot of information when it comes to Walmart, so I like to follow those rules. But I'll just kind of list off of the things that are typically prohibited. And again, these are kind of the same rules when it comes to Amazon. I think these are government regulated, so there's nothing that Walmart and Amazon can do, and that's probably why they have the same rules. So of course you can't do any fireworks or any chemicals or anything flammable, and you can't do anything that's a human carcinogen, and you can't do any pesticides that, especially within the WFS, you can do those seller fulfilled, but definitely not sending them to WFS. And you can't do any sky lanterns, and you also can't do any toothpick crossbows, I guess. I'm just going off of the list that Walmart gave us, but you also can't do lawn darts as well. The metal ones, at least. I think those are illegal to sell anyways, but I will go ahead and put the prohibited products in the description as well. But if you're familiar with Amazon, you kind of know what's prohibited, and it's the same rules when it comes to Walmart as well. So in that case, I go with Amazon's, but I also drop down Walmart's prohibited products because they do mention a lot of items. And honestly, I've never really come across a prohibited item that I want to sell. So that's just me. All right, so let's move on and do seller and product reviews and how it affects your count. When it comes to reviews on Walmart, it is a lot different than it is on Amazon. So let's just kind of dive into it. So on Amazon, you're allowed to have reviews removed if it's on FBA. You're able to get them scratched out and not count against you. However, that is not the case with Walmart. There are 3 exceptions to get reviews removed. However, it is almost impossible to get reviews removed, whether it's your fault or not your fault. So let's dive into it. Reviews are very important to Walmart. When you first log into your seller center, the first few things you see is your orders for today, your unshipped orders, and your ratings and reviews. Now, the things that count against your ratings and reviews is reviews on products that you've sold and as you as a seller. So for example, one of my first reviews was a customer's cat didn't like the cat food. Well, that was against me as a seller, which doesn't make sense. And this rolled out from Walmart about last year, and it's terrible. It's not my fault your cat doesn't like cat food, but that counted against me, and that was a negative review. I could not get that removed, and it's just how it is. So to view your ratings and reviews in your seller center, you go to performance and ratings and review. Again, it is against the products that you've sold and you as a seller. The way reviews are collected is once a customer places an order, then after a day or so it's delivered, they send out a ratings and review request, and then they also send another email 28 days later. So if you do have a negative review, just kind of wait and you'll get better ones as time goes on. So the only ways you can get reviews removed is 3 exceptions. First is an incorrect star rating that doesn't match the description. Let's say the description says excellent service, no complaints, love it. but they only give you 1 star. So you can dispute that and they'll give you either a 5 star or they'll remove it. So that's one way to have one removed. The second way is they have vulgar language or it's very inappropriate. So unless they're calling you names or have inappropriate language, you can have those removed as well. The third is a Walmart issue. Now, this is incredibly hard to prove. So unless Walmart is the issue of the negative review, there's no way to remove it. And it's incredibly hard to prove, in my opinion. So unfortunately, we can't remove these horrible reviews we'll get, whether it's the product or you as a seller. So you just have to kind of wait as time goes on. I currently have a 4.5 rating review with over 200 item reviews and over 75 seller reviews. Now, this is something that is just kind of as time goes on, it gets better. But as for now, we'll just have to kind of stick with those bad reviews. So now let's jump on to the fees of Walmart. The fees on Walmart are a lot less than they are on Amazon. So let's dive into it. First, Amazon charges a $39 a month to be a seller on their platform. However, Walmart does not have that. So already selling on Walmart, you're already saving the $40 a month to even be on their platform. Next is the referral fee. Amazon and Walmart both charge a 15% referral fee. However, Walmart, you can kind of get away with not having that referral fee if you're selling customer favorites. Now, customer favorites are something that the customers are looking for, and Walmart wants you to sell these products so you don't even pay a fee when selling them. To determine if a product is a customer favorite, go check out Module 4 where I'm talking about the growth assessment. This is kind of where you can see if a customer favorite. You can also see it in your catalog by choosing customer favorites, and that's also in Module 2 as well. Selling customer favorites at that 0% referral fee is definitely one of my favorite models when it comes to selling on Walmart. So I personally do try to target those customer favorites just to save on those referral fees. So let's jump into the WFS fees. WFS fees are calculated by weight. So if it's less than a pound, it starts off with $3.45. Anything from 2 pounds to 3 pounds is $4.45. Next up is from 3 to 4 pounds, it is $5.45. And then it just goes up based off of weight. I don't have those completely memorized because I don't typically sell anything over 5 pounds. If it is over 5 pounds, then I consider doing seller fulfilled, but it really just kind of depends on the item. So now let's go over categories because sometimes different categories have different prices. So let's jump into it. So apparel, it does have an added 50 cents per item. So you'll definitely want to calculate that as you're sourcing. And also same with hazardous materials, there is an added 50 cents. So for the most part, anything under $10, you do have an 8% referral fee versus the 15%. But honestly, selling anything under $10 is kind of rough because then your fees or the amount of profit you have after that is pretty low. So that's why anything under $10 is 8%. And now storage fees. If you are doing WFS, storage fees are pretty comparable to Amazon. It is 75% per cubic feet, but that is only for January to September. Anything during the holiday season from October to December, it is $1.50 per cubic feet. So you definitely don't want to keep things there long term. And these are long-term storage fees, especially during the busy time of the year. So if you have anything over a year, over 365 days, it does get costly. So if I have anything over 365, I've obviously made a bad decision and I will do removal orders and I will go through that process in another section. But I would definitely do a removal order because they start at $2.25. And then anything over 450 days is $7.50 per cubic foot. So you definitely want to remove those because it's costing you a lot of money just to store them. So let's do prep fees. So if you send items into the WFS and they need to be prepped, you definitely need to prep them beforehand, or they do charge you, but it is an option if you don't want to prep them. It is 65 cents per label, so you definitely want to label it before. And I will go into prepping WFS in the module all about WFS. And if it's missing a poly bag or has the wrong poly bag, it is 80 cents per bag. So that's definitely pretty costly when it comes to versus doing it yourself. All right, so the return shipping, this is definitely where it gets a little dicey because returns are terrible and you have to pay for those returns. So starting at less than a pound, it is $4.70 and then it just goes up from there. So these are the fees broken down. As you can see, it does get kind of costly with all these fees, but you want to make sure what you're getting yourself into when it comes to WFS and or seller fulfilled and all the fees that are included. So let's jump into doing a removal order. All right, so doing a removal order on Walmart is fairly simple. So let's go into our catalog to see what we need to do removal orders on. I am going to do removal orders on an error that is still airing out. I've tried opening cases to get it unaired, but it's not working, so I'm just going to do removal order. I'm going to do a removal order on this Louis toy. It's probably because of a CPC error, so I'm just going to do removal order. So I'm going to highlight this SKU right here, and then I'm going to go to the WFS tab and the removal order section. And this is where you can view all of your removal orders and everything like that. So I'm going to select remove inventory, and I'm going to paste in the SKU up there at the top and search for it. I'm going to then select it right here and click next. I'm going to do 4 units and select the method. I can have it shipped back to me, or I can dispose it. I probably want to try this selling it on eBay or probably Christmas gifts. I don't know. So I'm going to ship it back to me. The items I do dispose of are like food items or items I just really don't know what to do with. I do clothing a lot of times if I don't want to like deal with it. So this one I'm going to ship back to me. So I think I can sell it. And then I'm going to input all of my information here, and I'm going to select the address that I want it sent back to, and then click next. And then it's a confirmation to make sure that I want to have all 4 units removed. And you can select multiple at a time, but for me, an organization, I like doing 1 at a time. You can do 5 or 10 at once and have it all in one confirmation. They will still send them back to you in one box or in multiple boxes. It's not going to be all in one shipment. So just keep that in mind. For me, I personally like to just do 1 at a time. And then I will create, and there we go. It is all done. And now we can go into our removal orders and kind of take a look at it. It does assign a removal order ID, and it says give you the units requested and units removed. I did a removal order on the 22nd, and it still hasn't been disposed of. I also on the same day did 3 units, have it shipped back to me, RTV, returned to vendor. I did receive that a couple days ago. So then I am going to go into my Google Sheets. This is also in the description for you. This is kind of where I track all of my removal orders or anything else. I track everything with Walmart. I track activity feed IDs, I track removal orders, and I track everything else. And of course, those will also be in the description down below. So I'm going to do the date. I'm going to do return to vendor, or you can do disposal, whichever one you chose. I'm going to do 4. I'm going to paste the removal ID. So I'm going to go back over here and copy that. And then you can do, once it's been removed, you can do that status, but this one above has not been removed. So I'm still waiting for that one. And then I add the tracking number. This is a great task for a virtual assistant to do, to track these. And again, this will be available for you. But doing removal orders are pretty simple, and that is how you do it. So next we're going to do how to open a case, and this can be for gating and anything else. So let's jump into that. Opening cases on Walmart is pretty regular. It's something I do quite often because there are so many things you need to open cases for. When it's getting ungated or getting unrestricted, or an item isn't retiring or deleting on your catalog, or you have an issue with pricing, or your item is not being listed on the Walmart site, or the list just really does go on, especially when it comes to WFS as well, or things aren't being tracked. Everything you need to do with when Walmart needs to open a case. And today I'm going to show you how to open a case when it comes to your items not being removed from your catalog. I currently have 8 errors in my catalog that I have retired multiple times, but they're still not being removed from the catalog. Now, this is important because if you don't remove these items, you can still get an IP and you can still get suspended, which is exactly what happened to me in December. I got suspended for an item that was aired at my catalog. Granted, I never sold it. I never had any inventory or any orders. I was still suspended because it was still my catalog. So it's important to have these removed. So I'm going to follow up on them today. So I am going to go right into my Walmart catalog right here, and you can see my errors. And I will go ahead and do this Crybabies. It is one of the restricted items. So I'm going to copy this SKU. And I'm also going to go to my template within my Google Sheets. And again, this will be available for you. All right, so I'm just going to copy the item ID, and then I'm going to go up to this little question mark up here at the top right and contact support. And I'm going to briefly explain the case. All right, so as I typed here, I did type in the item ID and along with the SKU and along with the issue I'm having. You want to include all the information as possible, and I do have an activity feed ID that I will attach in the next screen. So I'm going to select next, and I'm going to go with the suggested. Sometimes the other suggestions are better, but definitely select the issue that you are trying to do. For example, if you're trying to get ungated and it does tell you the exact subject line and the request to what category to put it in, follow those and make sure you're doing it correctly, because then you won't get ungated or it'll take a lot longer. So I'm going to go with the suggested is unable to retire item. So I am going to contact us. You can read them if you need to, but a lot of times they're not helpful. I'm going to do email me. Sometimes they will call you, sometimes not. They do go through rounds where they are enabled to call them and then it's disabled and you're not able to call them. So I always just do email because that's best for me to follow up. So I'm going to continue the subject line of unable to retire item, and please provide the recent feed ID. So I'm going to go grab that. Okay, so I have added the activity feed ID, and that's why it's so important to record this, because I retired this back in June and that's not available anymore in the activity feed. So you want to make sure you document everything in the activity feed. And I do have a activity feed tracking sheet in the description below. All right, I'll go ahead and add that there and keep my description, and I will mark single, and I will do the item ID. Let me grab that one more time. All right, so I've grabbed the item ID. I'll go ahead and paste that in there, and I will search for it, and it is new, seller fulfilled, and I will submit. All right, and I have now a case number, and we'd love to hear from you, give feedback. I strongly suggest giving feedback anytime possible. If you are having issue with a certain customer service rep, call them out by name, and this can definitely help you. I've heard at the Walmart Seller Summit, the executives look at the feedback. So if there's something issues going on, that's where they read it. That's true or not, I'm not sure, but feedback is always appreciated from Walmart. And so then you can go back into your cases. All right, now that the case is created, you can go to the circle and look at your cases, and this is where you can kind of follow up with all the cases you have current. You can search by date and by kind of the filter them through. All right, and that is how you open a case. And again, there are so many reasons to open cases, and we'll keep going through them as we get to them. So let's go into how to spot bad listings, and then we're going to get into suspensions and how to deal with those. Suspensions on Walmart are no joke, and nobody wants to get suspended or terminated. So I'm going to be going over how to avoid getting suspended and what to do if you get suspended or terminated. So let's go over how to avoid it. One is scaling too quickly. When you open up your account, they don't want you to go from 0 to doing 100,000 a month. They want you to scale naturally. They want you to scale normally and as natural as possible. You can definitely go from 0 to like 5,000 and then 5,000 to 10. But if you go from 0 to 5,000 and then 5,000 to 50,000, that's a little bit extra, and they just see that as a red flag and they think that you could be drop shipping. Second is drop shipping. If they have any inkling that you are drop shipping, they will terminate your account. And I have seen a lot of people get accused of it and they were drop shipping. So I do not recommend drop shipping with Walmart because they will catch you, they will find you, and they will terminate your account. Also, when it comes to terminations and suspensions, also go by the same rules with Amazon, that if the brand is on the listing on Walmart, then don't get on the listing as well. I personally stay off those listings. However, if there are other sellers also with the brand, then maybe that's okay. But I personally, if the brand is on the listing, I do not jump on that listing. I just kind of stay away. The next is having errors in your catalog. Errors need to be retired often. They need to be at a 0 pretty much all the time unless you're waiting for items to be removed. But this is something that needs to be done on the daily, if not weekly, because they take those seriously. And that is how I got suspended, was an error in my account. So let's go over how to deal with a suspension. So first is a suspension. Usually it is 7 days. Unfortunately, mine took 14 because I got mine the day after Thanksgiving. And with all the holidays and stuff that fall right there, it just took me 14 days to get my account back. And during this section, I'm going to be referencing a lot, and I do have a suspension guide that is also going to be down in the description. So all these images that you will see will be from my guide, and that is going to be available. So I first got an email that said this, And I honestly just ignored it. I did retire the item, but I didn't follow up because I didn't think that that was necessary, and that was wrong. I should have followed up and I should have done something different. But let's dive into it. During the suspension, they did require a plan of action, and so I was able just to go to ChatGPT, write one out. When you are using AI, don't copy and paste directly from ChatGPT or your AI into something. Kind of take it to Google Docs or Word or something, reword it to make it less AI, and then copy from the Word document or Google Docs and into your seller center. They will be able to track and see if you used AI. And if you use AI, then they kind of have this feeling that you don't care enough. So definitely kind of go in at a two-step, do everything ChatGPT, copy it to a Word or go Google Doc, and then copy it from there. I don't know if that completely erases the AI track, but it definitely helps, and definitely reword it a little bit. Don't use the end dashes and don't use words that you normally wouldn't use. And I have also, in the guide, it does have my plan of action. And so if you need help, there is that in there. And I did have the help with a lawyer friend, Michelle, which I will put her information down below, to kind of help guide me in what is needed in a plan of action and how to make my case as strong as possible. So a lot of with these suspensions, it's a follow-up, and you just have to follow up and follow up. The thing about Walmart is they are so quick to suspend or terminate, and I have been suspended once. I've known people who've been suspended multiple times, and they don't work with you like Amazon. They suspend just overnight. A few months ago, they introduced a new AI into their system, which then created a glitch in everybody's addresses. So a lot of people in my community got terminated or suspended because their addresses didn't match when they do. So there's these glitches that happen all the time. And unfortunately, this glitch caused a lot of people to get suspended, and that just is terrible. So that's just why we have to be prepared and really know what we're doing when it comes to the suspensions. The one thing that I learned in all this is writing the activity feed ID. It is incredibly important to write your activity feed ID every single time you do something in your catalog. Except I don't do it when I am adding things into my catalog, and I don't do it when I'm repricing because that's just redundant. But every time I am doing a removal order, or I'm uploading something or changing something and it gives me an activity feed, I take that and I write it down, and I have it in a Google Sheet, which is also down below in the description, to have like a template of the activity feed ID for you to jot down. But that is something that was important, because if I would have had that activity feed ID, I don't think I would have been suspended. So if you're currently watching this because you're currently suspended, or you are terminated and you're just not sure how to get your account back, and you can always reach out to Michelle. She is a lawyer, and all she does is Amazon and Walmart, and she helps people get their accounts back. She is incredibly helpful. She is always answering the phone. She's helped me get my account back on Walmart, and she's helped me twice on Amazon. I've had 2 Section 3s on Amazon. So she definitely knows what she's doing, and I'll again put all of her information down below and just tell her Amanda sent you. All right, and I'll see you in the next one. So this is our Seller Center hub right here. And as you can see, welcome Seller Center, and then it has your store name. I have blurred that. And then right below is items that Walmart thinks I should replenish, and things that they think would be good for my catalog based off of what I already sell. And then right below that are my orders for today, my unshipped orders, and that includes WFS orders, and it includes seller fulfilled items. So if you are doing both, you want to make sure you're going in and seeing which ones are seller fulfilled and which ones are just WFS. Obviously, if it's WFS, there's nothing you need to worry about. If it is seller fulfilled, you need to be sure to get it out and sent out on time. And then is your account rating. These are reviews against the products you sell. And as you as a seller, we'll definitely go more into that. And then next is your current balance. We do get paid every other Tuesday. However, if you meet a certain threshold, you do get daily payouts. But you do have to apply for that, and you do have to meet a certain threshold after a certain amount of time. So then as I kind of scroll down below, it's kind of little helpful tools that can help your business. First is becoming a pro seller and how to unlock those rewards. This little thing right here kind of comes in and out. It depends on what's there. Sometimes it's about pro seller, sometimes it's about incentives, sometimes it's about ads. These things are all interchangeable and they change often. But down below that is the Marketplace Learn. This is where you can learn how to do something. This is where all the guides are. If you have questions on a certain thing, you can click in here. So I'll go ahead and click in here, and you can search basically anything. Like let's say you want to increase your limits. So let's do increase limit. And it will pop up here and it will show you how to increase your SKUs and everything like that. But this is a great place to learn about that. If you're like, wait a minute, what are the WFS fees? You can search up WS fee and it will pop up here with the referral fee and stuff like that. So this is a great place to kind of learn. This is the home page. This is kind of where like it's all pretty and stuff. And then there is the Academy. It says it's new, but it's actually been around for a couple years. They have revamped it, but let's just kind of go through the Academy and see like what it's all about. So the Academy is first broken up into your catalog, and it's basically showing you how you can optimize your listings, how you can get started with WFS if you want to do that, how you could get started with Walmart. I mean, that's kind of what we've gone through before, but it also kind of goes into, improving your sales as with advertising. I personally don't do advertising, but that's kind of helps you walk you through those steps. And then it gives you some video tutorials of how you can, address certain things when it comes to WFS or when it wants to do a repricer. Walmart does have a free repricer built within. It's not great. It does not move your prices up. If the market goes up, you stay at that low price. That's my only issue with it versus Flash Pricer. It does go up and down as the market goes, but the free repricer does not. And it also has videos on packing your WFS prep services. It has all these things. There is so much in here to kind of review and learn. And there are videos, and sometimes there are just like articles and stuff that you can read as well. But there's so much information here, and I love that you can go in here and just kind of learn through videos. Then you can go over to the guides. This is kind of where like it's step by step in a non-video form. Selling your item limits. This is where you can get like, how to increase your limits. Next is classification for your tax documents. This is where you can document what documents are required, what are needed, what's going on. This is kind of where you get that information. And also if you can want to learn more about the multi-channel solutions, basically if you sell on other platforms, you can store your items at the Walmart warehouse and then once they sell, they'll ship them out. For example, if you sell on eBay, you can send them to the Walmart warehouse. It sells on eBay and then they ship it out for you. It's very expensive in my opinion. I think it's like $10 per item. It's very, very expensive. I've not done it because of that reason. And with Amazon, I'm FBM, so I don't need to store my warehouse stuff anymore. But yeah, there's just so much here with these guides and all that stuff. And then there are the events. This is things that are coming up, like any sales or anything like that. You can kind of go back and watch them. So that's kind of fun too. And then forum, this is kind of newish. I have not explored this part yet very much. I just don't think there's a lot of discussions in here, but it is nice to kind of know that it's there to kind of maybe ask people and stuff. And then there are news. This is, Walmart's blog, essentially. This is where they will release information. The Walmart Seller Summit is coming in September. And it's every year. It is being held in San Diego. So they release a lot of information about that, and that's where you can find it there. And then there's FAQs. It's like from what is the seller forum to how can I access things? How can I download the seller app, which I am so thrilled. They have a Walmart seller app. For the first year and a half of being on Walmart, they did not have an app, which felt like ancient times, honestly. So now that they have that, you can download it. And there's just other things in here related to your business. But this is kind of where you learn that. Also with the FAQ, they have it broken down by category. You can do item setup or your order management, your taxes. It's kind of broken up with growth opportunities as well. So there's like a lot of things you can search. And they do have this search feature, which is obviously really nice because if you just want to learn about, let's just say taxes, I guess. And then it just brings it up. It's perfect. So that is where, if you want to dive in kind of thing. And then next is Ship with Walmart right here. This is kind of where they get your shipping templates and everything like that. And so this is your thing. And unfortunately, for some reason, this Fulfill with WFS is like stuck on my page. I have tried to get that removed forever and it doesn't go away. I do WFS, so I don't know why it wants me to join, but it does. Okay, so this is the homepage. And this is kind of where you see your orders. It's great to see. And then we'll go down one by one and kind of go through each tab and everything like that. Catalog, this is something if you can watch, this is something to kind of look into. So this is your catalog. This is where all of your items are stored. So the all means this is all your products, whether it's published, unpublished, aired, all that. Published means it's active, it's current, and you are able to sell it on the Walmart platform at that price. All right, and then there is the unpublished. Unpublished is where it's probably a high pricing error, or the end date or the staged date is past. And that is easy to fix. If it does the stage date, you just go to these three little dots here on the side, edit item, and then you just scroll down and change the date of right here, your site. And chances are this end date is probably have already like passed. So you want to change it to like 2049 is what I typically do. So that's how you do the end stage error or unpublished. And then high pricing error, you'll just have to fix the price and everything like that. Next are the errors. Now these are items you cannot sell. I have 8 in my catalog and I don't know why I have 8. I have retired them multiple times and I need to open cases and get them retired because they're not retiring. You need to have these down to 0. I know I have 8, but try and have them at 0. I just need to open a case and I will walk you through that step later on in the course. And then next are your drafts. These are ones that you're creating listings and they're just not completed yet. And then published, these are all your ones that you're good to go, you're selling, and that are active. So I'm going to go to all, and I'm going to go through and kind of show you how you can change these filters. First, you can kind of categorize it by customer favorites. Now, customer favorites is important because these are items that customers are looking for. And with customer favorites, you get a 75% off referral fee. Sometimes it's 100%, where basically you just sell this item for free. Walmart will charge you that referral fee, which is amazing. And so you can kind of click on the customer favorites and then it just lists all that. And I have a lot of them, which is awesome. And then life cycle, this is where, you've retired items or you have active or archived. If you're not selling an item, you want to delete it out of your catalog, you can just then click on retired and it will show back up. You can filter by current price, fulfillment type, and then you can adjust these columns as well. You can add in your repricer strategy. So under these columns, you can kind of move it around. If you want to get rid of the business strategy, but you want to move your inventory up, you can definitely do that. And there's just a bunch of things that you can add in. I sometimes will add in the item ID. It just depends on what I'm doing. And sometimes I'll add in the GTIN or the UPC as well. It really just depends on what you want to look at, but I do like how it's very customizable and everything like that. So this is, a great way to kind of really just find out how the best workflow works for you. And I'm going to exit out of there. So this is your catalog. This is where you're in most of the time. I love this. And this is also up here. You can add items. This is where you'll be adding items into your catalog, and we'll definitely be going more into that later. And then you can update items as in bulk. You can bulk upload, or you can bulk a lot of things. And we'll go more into that as well. Okay, so under catalog, you can also go to unpublished items. This is kind of giving you a breakdown of what your unpublished items are. So I have 591 unpublished items. This is probably ones that I've already archived and retired. How many I have in my current inventory and my value of that unpublished. So yeah. And then it kind of breaks down through what is the reason for your unpublished items. And it's a listing issue. Is it a high pricing issue? It kind of breaks it down. And then it kind of also gives you a trust and safety issue, which is basically an IP, and then also breaks it down further into IP and everything like that. Or it also has offensive products, which I have 0. So that's nice. All right. And then next we will do a pending review. This is where you have items that are just not pushing through. So the date submitted in these was 2024. So it's been 2 years since I've done anything in this section, because when we would upload something, it would not come through. It would be pending review, and you would have to kind of basically appeal it and then fight for it. Well, it would never get approved. And so I just kind of stopped trying. So you probably don't have anything in this section, and you probably won't, because nowadays there's things that have been different. Things just get published or unpublished. They don't go through a pending review. And then there is media library. This is where you can add videos to your listings. This is typically when you're a private label or have your own brand. This is where you would upload media. I don't do that, so I don't have anything in here. Next is your activity feed. Now, this is a very important section because this is where everything gets recorded. And every single thing in this section, except pricing, I don't do pricing, gets recorded. And I will have an activity feed ID tracker in the description. So anytime I retire an item, every time I go from seller fulfilled to WFS, anytime I do a removal order, anytime I do something in my catalog and it gives me an activity feed ID, I record that because the activity feed ID only stays in this section for about 7 days or until a limit is reached. And I'm not sure what that limit is, but sometimes if it is too much, it'll just delete it early. This is incredibly important because, for example, of the 8 errors that I have, if I were to get an IP complaint and then I would get suspended, which has happened before, it happened to me in December, I did not have that activity feed ID to prove I retired it. And if I had written down that activity feed ID and provided it to Walmart, then I would not have been suspended. And this does happen quite often. So everything that gets an activity feed gets recorded. That is a huge takeaway, and that's an always must do. So be in the habit, definitely. And again, it is only available after 7 days and sometimes shorter than that. And the activity feed is broken down by the date, and then your SKU, and then the feed ID itself, and then the type, status, and fulfillment type, whether it's seller fulfilled, WFS. And then if there are any errors, it does show you, there's this little eyeball that will pop up, show you what's wrong. So that is kind of nice. This is where you kind of go also to see if something has been processed. Like when you're adding things into your catalog, it does go into the activity feed. I don't write those down when I'm adding. And it works, it goes through just fine. It'll go to processed, and then I'll go into my catalog. And again, we'll go over all of that in the course when we get to adding items into our catalog. All right, the next section is Walmart exports. This is where you can ship items internationally. I don't do this. I just don't do international. It says I'm eligible, but I currently don't. If this is something you would like to do, I highly recommend you going in through this and kind of reading more about it. I just don't know much about it because I just heard it's horrible. I've heard not great experiences. So that's why I personally don't want to ship to Canada or Mexico or any other countries. Next is G10 exemptions. This is where you can apply to have your G10s be exempt. I'm really not sure what that means. I don't have any. I have a get started here. I don't create a lot of my SKUs, or I don't create a lot of my things, so I don't really need exemptions on all my UPCs or G10s. All right, next is Walmart Plus and Seller Fulfilled. This is where you can boost your sales by covering the shipping costs when somebody is on their Walmart Plus and have it shipped to you. I personally love Walmart Plus. I use it for my personal groceries and I use it when I'm in store. But this is really good if you want to have more volume, but you do have to pay that shipping. You don't get to charge for shipping because it isn't included with the Walmart Plus. It's part of their perks that you get free shipping. I currently don't do it, but I know a lot of people who do and do like it. All right, so now we will go to pricing. This is basically where you are looking at your prices, seeing how they're being competitive with other people, and just kind of giving your whole catalog an inside review. So, you can run ads. I am currently running an ad right now where I'm trying to get rid of my old inventory. So I am doing a 10% discount on everything, which has really helped my sales. And this also tells you the buy box win rate. I definitely need to be better at my buy box win rate. And then it also shows your competitive score, which I'm at 39%, which is absolutely low, but that's okay. Competitive price for me sometimes matters. It kind of goes back and forth. It just depends on if it's important to you or not. So this is a good insight of how your prices are compared to the other sellers. And this is automate pricing. This is where you can price strategies and you can be competitive. This is where you basically set up your repricer if you wanted to use the free Walmart repricer. This does give you a lot of advantages when you use it. I just don't think it helps with your profit margins. The price doesn't go up, and it also doesn't compete with other people. So, and they always have incentives. Like right now, it's like currently 20% off your referral fee if you use this repricer. So there's always these incentives, which is really nice. And then you do have these incentives. These are to track your incentives because Walmart does have a lot of pricing incentives. This is a kind of way to track them and to see what items you are eligible for it. Like for example, I have a coffee that is eligible for this incentive if I wanted to enroll in it. And so that's kind of where you would be able to find all of this. Next is promotions. Because Walmart does a lot of promotions, this is where you can track it. This is where I track my current promotion of 10% off, and it will give me, how many units were sold during that promotion. Do I need to extend it? How many people viewed my sale, and how many people were the conversion rate essentially. But I currently have 23 items that are at 10% off, and I only sold 1 unit so far. I started this sale yesterday. So, it gave me 1 sale, which is great. And then deals, this is kind of where when Walmart runs their deals, you can jump in on that deal. You just have to submit your items and it will kind of show you how to do that. So you just kind of enroll your items and select the week and what at percentage you want to do it at. So it's kind of nice. It's kind of cool like that. All right, next we'll move on to orders. This is where you will also live a lot at to see like where your orders are at. So I currently have 0 unshipped orders, which means anyone who's ordered is not been shipped. And I have 0 processing, which is great. And then I have my shipped items, and this does include WFS and seller fulfilled. They do not separate them. And so that's kind of why it's a little confusing. So you got to make sure if you are doing both models, you know which ones you need to send out. And please note, you cannot do WFS and seller fulfilled at the same time on the same item. I know with Amazon, you can do multiple listings. You can do multiple times. You cannot with Walmart. You can do seller fulfilled until the item gets Walmart fulfilled. The way that it goes is it goes from seller fulfilled and then WFS eligible. 2 different statuses. WFS eligible means you can still do seller fulfilled, but it's eligible to do WFS. And then once you send it to the Walmart warehouse and it gets checked in, it goes to Walmart fulfilled. So you're able to do seller fulfilled all the way until it gets to Walmart fulfilled. Then that overrides everything of your seller fulfilled and it goes to the Walmart inventory. Then once that Walmart inventory gets down to 0, then you can do seller fulfilled again, but you just have to kind of wait. So you can't do them both at the same time, like you can on Amazon, unfortunately. So in your shipped orders, you need to make sure that you are seller fulfilling or WFS and keeping track of that. Canceled orders, obviously this is where people have canceled. All of mine are for WFS cancellations. I don't do anything. Walmart takes care of that. That's part of the reason why I pay them. They deal with the cancellations and that's it. And then you can list it by all, and that's all the orders. And these are really good. You can click on into the purchase order ID. You can kind of check it out to see like how much they paid, and then you can kind of do your numbers from there if you wanted to. Or you can track it and everything like that. And then we'll click down to returns, and I will go more in depth on how to deal with the returns with seller fulfilled side and with WFS. But this is kind of where you view your returns. I have 0 initiated, 0 received as of the last 2 days. So that's good. But this is where you will see all of your returns and how many's initiated and all that. This is kind of where the little hub is. And then adjustments. This is where if you wanted to kind of adjust to a customer, if like a partial return, they get to keep the item, but you're giving them just 50% back or anything like that. That's kind of where this will be labeled. This happens a lot during Q4. This one is pretty full typically. And then disputes, if you are doing a return dispute, typically that's right here. It's more active during Q4 when you're trying to dispute these returns, but this is kind of where it's all categorized. And then same with claims. This is where you will manage all of your Walmart claims, especially when it comes to WFS and anything seller fulfilled. So this is where these will be. And then next is WFS. So if you do not have a dropdown, this means you need to verify your business, you need to submit the return tracking and all that stuff. So if you don't have a dropdown, you need to keep trying to get it. And if it all says verified, then you need to go back into your catalog and add items as WFS eligible. You need about 5 to 10 items as WFS eligible for these to be available. And so the first one down is your inventory. This is all of your WFS inventory. This is the percentage you have in stock. This is your sell-through rate and your unpublished units. This is kind of where you get that overview. And it breaks down each item by item. It gives you the SKU, your status, whether you're in stock, out of stock, long-term storage. It gives you all of that information. And then it gives you the daily sales of that item, plus how many sales you have available. So that's really good to know if like you have daily sold units of 300, but you only have, 20, it'd be good to like re-up those units. So then you have how many are in reserves, how many are inbound, unable to sell, days of supply, and there's just so much information just keeps going. So it's good to know that this information is being tracked and you are able just to kind of take a look at it, especially if you're in the long-term storage of items. You don't want to be paying those. So then you can determine if you want to do a removal order and kind of just be done with it, or lower the price to where you just sell it and then be done. So this is a really good thing to look at. And you can kind of go through and look at just your out of stock and out risk, or you can look at your aged inventory, and you can also look at your unpublished items that are in your catalog. So this is a really good dashboard to look at for your WFS inventory. Next is your shipping plans. This is where you look to see how your shipping to the warehouse is. They break it down per shipment and by per box and everything. As you can see, I submitted a shipment last week with 5 boxes, and it tells me, if it's arrived, in transit, completed, or receiving. And you can track them. You can track per shipment, or you can track per item. And if there's any discrepancies, you'll definitely need to open a case and everything like that. So this is a really important to track it. And it's also where you can create a new plan, which we'll go through that process as well. Delivery appointments. I don't have any delivered. I don't do deliveries to WFS. I don't make appointments, so I don't utilize this. Next is removal orders. This is something we will also walk through later on, where we will do a removal order and how that step is processed. But this is kind of where you start that process. Next is reports. Their reports are not great. You can get better reports from Flash Pricer or other places. But this is kind of where you can check your order sales and your inventory sales, your inbound inventory, and your settlements, your fees, and everything like that. My most common is the settlement fee right here, and then also the marketplace and WFS. Those are the 2 most common ones I use all the time, and I kind of merge them together. But I honestly would prefer Flash Pricers or even seller boards reports better than Walmart. So that's kind of where I'm at with the reports. They're okay, they're just not great. And then now we're going to go to sales. These are all of your WFS sales, what you've been doing the last week, how many units, and what you've sold, and just kind of that, just all in one thing. In my opinion, it's a little redundant because you have that in orders, but this also gives you more of a weekly outlook. It gives you your average unit, your average sale, your average value, and it gives you a little bit more information. And you can also go by item, and you can also go by sales by category. I've been doing a lot of health and beauty, so that's kind of my number 1 category right now, where it's telling me that's my most sold item category. So that's good to know. Last on WFS is multi-channel orders. This is where you selling items off of eBay, or you're doing Amazon or wherever. You can send your inventory to Walmart warehouse, and then once it sells, they'll ship it out for you. It's incredibly expensive. It's way more than Amazon's multi-channel offer. They all have this thing where you can do this. They're way more expensive than Amazon, but it is available and it is an option. I just don't personally find myself using this, and I don't know anybody who has, to be honest. It's just not for me. So, all right. So now I hope you're still with me. Now we're going to go to the most important part, payments. This is where we need to get our money back, right? And I'm not gonna show anything on this page. It's gonna be kind of blurred, most of it. But you can request a payout if you meet the standards, if you meet the eligibility. And if you don't meet the eligibility, it's every 2 weeks on a Tuesday. And you can go here to download. You can download this page, or you can go by statements right here, and it will tell you, you can pull up each statement. But you can also go under payments, under transactions. You can search for your transaction by the order number, and then you can dissect it from there. And then capital, this is basically where you can add lenders or anything like that based off of your sales. So this is always good. Amazon has the same thing, but this is where you would be able to see if you're eligible for some lending. And then Marketplace Wallet, this is something I'm not using because I use Payoneer. I believe this is where they give it to you on a debit card, and you can kind of go from there with it on like a prepaid debit. I don't use this, and so it's just because I'm using Payoneer. All right, I hope you're still with me. I know this is a lot of information, but it is something just to kind of be aware of. Okay, so next is performance. These metrics are incredibly important. They are very strict on their metrics. If you fall below poor, then you need to like do something about it. Like I have 50% of this urgent. I need to open a case, and we'll do that later to fight this because it is not true and it's just a little delayed. And so I need it to be back to the good status. And this is only for seller fulfilled because I do a couple items seller fulfilled. When I am 100% WFS, all of these are 100%. I'm in good standing of everything. So if you're straight WFS, you don't need to worry about this. But if you're seller fulfilled of just one item, you need to watch this and pay attention. Late shipments is incredibly important. They don't want your item to deliver early or late. If your package arrives a day early, that's just as bad as it arriving a day later. Which, as a consumer, if I get a day early, I'm excited. Like, why is that bad? I don't know. It's bad for Walmart, apparently. So everything needs to be better. But yeah, so this is your metrics that you really need to kind of watch and maintain. Next, we'll go to the ratings and reviews. This is where anytime a customer writes a review on a product or on you as a seller, it counts for you. One of my first reviews was a cat food. The cat did not like the cat food. So I got a negative review because the item got a negative review and I reflected me as a seller. We have expressed to Walmart that this is not fair, but they have not yet changed it. So I do want to make you aware of that. Like there's this one where they didn't like the juicer. It's not my fault, it's the juicer. But they do break it out versus item reviews and seller reviews. I have over 200 item reviews and almost 100 seller reviews, but they still affect me both. And luckily my score is over 4 stars, which is great out of 5. On Amazon, we are able to get reviews deleted and crossed out, but that is not the case for Walmart. It is incredibly difficult to get an item review or a seller reviewed deleted or removed or changed. And there are only 3 exceptions to this rule. The first is an incorrect star rating that doesn't match the description. If they said excellent, loved it, nothing wrong, but they gave you a 1-star review, you can dispute that to get it either removed or changed to like a 5-star if that's what they think matches. The second thing to get it removed is inappropriate language. So something is vulgar, threatening, or anything inappropriate, those can get removed. Next is a Walmart issue, but you have to have proof. And I don't know anyone who's had proof that Walmart was the issue. I mean, you can have proof, but they won't agree with you. So at the end of the day, when it comes to reviews on Walmart, you can't get them removed. It just sucks. And unfortunately, your first or couple reviews will be negative, and you just kind of have to keep with it because then they will start. The more you sell, the more reviews you'll get. The customer does get an email after their purchase to rate the item or rate the seller. It goes out after they've purchased, and then it goes out 28 days later. So you may have a month later where you'll get better reviews. So just keep that in mind. You can't get that removed at all. All right, next is analytics. This is where you take a deep dive into your sales, a deep dive into what's going on, how are you performing, and what it means month after month. So it gives you a little chart of how you're doing so far this month. We're only in the second of the month, so my numbers are still pretty low. And it looks like it gives you your top performing, it gives you your lowest performing and what you should kind of look at. It kind of breaks down your selling departments. It gives you this kind of outlook of what is doing well, what's, trending, what's, all this stuff. So this is a great way to kind of look through of your, just how you're doing in WFS and seller fulfilled. This is all kind of all at once. So next is sales insights. These are the ones where you can look at your sales exclusively, and you can kind of break it down by your items, and you can also break it down by department and to see how each department is selling and how it's doing. For example, my hot beverage, I have a lot of coffee makers, and so it tells me the rank of that in my personal store and what my GMV is and that percentage and everything like that. So it really breaks it down from that previous month. And it also has the account sales and everything like that. And then is also your search insights. This is how your items are coming across when somebody is searching for them. Are people searching for your items? Are they searching it based off of the title and everything like that? So it's basically how well your items are performing against Walmart. Do you have good SEOs? And I know that's not like part of this, but like SEOs do matter. And unfortunately, if you didn't create the listing, there's nothing you can do. Because I mean, I jump on all the listings. I don't really create very many listings. And so there's nothing I can do to change it. So I don't really look at this part simply because I don't create them. I can't change it. I can't edit a listing if I don't own it. And so this is kind of, but it's also kind of good to know that if you are jumping on good listings, or if you have listings that aren't good, but you could relist them on a different one, and maybe have better luck. So that's what I would take out of it, is kind of maybe see if there's a better listing than the one I'm currently on. Now we're in the growth of success. This is where we can see how our business can grow and what we can do better to really grow our items and grow the success on Walmart. And this is kind of showing you how to basically stay competitive, how to price your items, and how you can grow better on Walmart. And it gives you top priority. It gives you your items that are selling the best. This gives you suggested inventory. They have revamped this page recently, but it really does give you a good understanding on where you're headed. It's not necessarily any analytics behind you, but it's kind of like the future of what you can see based off of what you've been doing, which is really kind of nice. And then next is the assortment growth. This is where Walmart tells you what they want you to sell. They tell you, we're looking for these items. Please find them and sell them. These are curated customer favorites. So these are items that the customers are looking for but are not active on Walmart. So I'm going to do view recommendations. These are kind of items that is not yet on Walmart but is on Amazon or on other marketplaces. So for example, there is this Walking Dead Monopoly. It is on Amazon for $73. So maybe you could sell it here on the Walmart platform. And I do not personally source this way. I've tried and I don't get very far. It's just not part of what I want to do. But you could do by brand. Now, this is where I have kind of leaned in a little bit. You can search by brand. I personally love selling Squishmallow, Disney, Lego, all these because I'm ungated. I love selling more of the brands that I'm ungated in. The brands I just mentioned are gated and you will have to get ungated. And that's why I like selling them. And so I will kind of go over here. I'll do Squishmallow. And it'll bring up everything in Squishmallow that is the number of products. Like this one has 70 products. Number of sellers, which is 356. There are 356 sellers selling Squishmallows. Like I've never heard of that low of a number for sellers. And there are 1,145 customer favorites. So these are the favorites of Walmart. These mean they have 0% referral fee. We're selling these basically for free. And then there are 1,193 customer favorites not on Walmart. So these are products that are selling on other marketplaces but are not on Walmart, and Walmart wants you to add them to your catalog. So if you can find these, that's what they're looking for. And so then I kind of will open this up. And it gives you each item one by one. And it's a bestseller or if it's a top searched. It gives you all this information and you just basically have to go and find it. So you can just do reverse searching and all that. And we can do that as we're in the sourcing section. But this is kind of how you can source where Walmart is telling you to, which is really cool. And next is exclusive programs. This is kind of where programs are kind of exclusive. It's just the Walmart business, the direct speed, and then the multi-channel solutions. If you're into those programs, this is where you log into that. Next is listing quality. Now, I don't look at this a whole lot because I don't create my own listings. And because I don't create my own listings, I have no power over whether the listing is good, poor, or not. I have no control. And so it really doesn't matter to me what this is because I can't change it. So I have over 80% of excellent quality listings, which is great. I want to make sure I'm jumping on listings that are excellent condition, right? So that's really good. And then it kind of breaks down the listings that are in poor quality, that are in good, and what you could do to fix it. Again, if you don't own the listing, there's nothing you can do. You can try and ask for ownership, but it's really hard to get. You have to prove that that seller is no longer on the listing and how long they've been off of it. And so it does get a little mucky, I guess. But other than that, I don't look at this section only because there's nothing I can do to change it. If I was creating my own listings, I would definitely be here a lot because I want to make sure that my listings are staying up to the competition and having a quality listing that customers will buy from. Next is the Pro Seller Badge. Okay, let's all take a breath. I've gone through a lot. It's, we're quite a ways in, but listen, pro seller badge. This is important. I will break it down again later on because I know we're all like feeling it today. But pro seller badge, you need to determine if it's for you or not for you. And I kind of go both ways. There are 3 tiers when it comes to a pro seller. And there is the rising seller, advanced seller, and pro seller. And you have to meet 6 of the 6 criteria. Every month I meet 5 of the 6. I can never meet the 6 criteria. And everyone is the same way for the most part. You either do meet it or you don't, and it just really depends. So the pro seller badge is earned through 6 things, and we'll go over it. Okay, first is seller accountable on-time delivery. This is making sure all of your items are on time. I am at 100%, but as you saw earlier, my metrics was at 50%, and that's why things don't match all the time. You got to open cases to make sure that they match. If you're WFS, these first 5 are always 100% for me. So then the next one is seller accountable cancellation rate. This is when you cancel the item because you're out of inventory or you canceled it for some reason. This is not a customer canceling. It was before they changed it, but now that doesn't count. So if you cancel, that's not good. They do not want you canceling on their customers. Next is a seller response rate. A lot of times customers will send you a message, especially if you're seller fulfilled, and you do need to respond within 24, 48 hours. Even if no response is required, they say like, thank you. You do have to respond to that thank you. You just put no response needed, but you do have to make that response. And then you have your shipping speed score. This is how fast you have your shipping speed set in your seller fulfilled templates. They do want you to be reliable. So they want you to have like either the same day shipping, and it depends on if you have 3 days or not. Next is your content quality score. This is basically how much of your catalog is published. They want you to have good inventory, and they don't want a lot of unpublished or errors in your catalog. So this is what also matters. Okay, the 6th one that I never meet, and sometimes I almost never meet, or I'm like really never meet, okay? It is the price competitive score. Take a deep breath. What does that mean? That is when you are competitive to other sellers on every platform, okay? So they are comparing your price to Amazon, Target, Best Buy, Kohl's, JCPenney, all those. If you are selling, like let's say a hydro jug, and it's cheaper on JCPenney than it's cheapest at Marshall's, they all take that into consideration. So you have to beat every single store, which is insane because Amazon only competes against Amazon. They don't care about what anybody else is doing, but Walmart wants their customers to have a good experience, and that good experience does mean a lower price. So right now I'm at 39%, which isn't the worst it's ever been. It's been 17 before, but you do have to be over 75% to be that pro seller. Now, if you do OA, it is incredibly difficult to get this competitive score above 75, unless you're okay with being break even or even losing, because there's just no way. Because I do retail arbitrage mainly, I do get my competitive score sometimes. I've probably gotten my pro seller badge probably 8 or 9 times this year. Not very many. So it's been rough. So you just have to determine if it's important to you. Let's go over the benefits of a pro seller badge. Like, why would you care? Okay. Benefits is you get faster payouts. You get 10% more than what you normally would if you're eligible. First is faster payouts. You get 10% more of your payout if you're eligible. If you've met certain criteria, if you've met so many orders in 90 days, if you've had consistent sales, if you are eligible for faster payouts, you can get that, and you can get 10% more than what you normally would, which is great. Then you get discount with shipping. This is for inbound shipping and is also seller fulfilled. So this is kind of nice. You get that little bit of a discount. That is the one that I miss the most. Then you get more capital. You can get more loans through Walmart. You can get 12 or more weeks. It depends on the incentive they're running right now. And then you do get pro listing discounts. This can be having what you can get a buy box bump, basically. I don't know if it works or not, to be honest. I mean, I've had a couple times and I've made a couple dollars. It's not a big deal. And so, yeah, so those are the main benefits of Pro Seller Badge, and I'll go more into it later on in the course. But the rest are kind of insignificant in my opinion. And so these are kind of just the big things that you get when you're a pro seller. And this is something I review quite often. And so it's just kind of one of those things where you have to determine if a pro seller is for you or not for you. And both is totally fine. Next is Review Accelerator. This is where you can ask for reviews on your products. I don't use this. It's just not for me because Walmart already sent out an email asking for reviews. I don't want to do more than that. Next is brand manager. And this is where you're able to work with brands and kind of act as brand managers. If you have your own brand, this is kind of where you would all that information. I do not work with brands, so I don't go into this section a lot, but I'm sure if you have an exclusivity with a brand, this is where you'll be managing their account and you'll be kind of, working with them through there. Next is advertising. This is where you can advertise your listings. And honestly, I would set up an appointment with someone to go over all this. There are many specialists who will walk you through these. You do get free credits when you sign up with Walmart, and they give free credits out all the time. Just be sure to watch that because it is easy to overspend on ads. I've never done this. I've done meetings about the advertising. I just felt like it was not for me. And I'm not going to go through all of the advertising because that's just kind of all what's included. All right, next is reports. And I'm not going to click on each one of them because they all offer the same information. You have your sales, catalog, pricing, orders, fulfillment, and assortment. These are just reports based off of, your date. It gives you the purchase order, your order number, or your sales. It tells you how much you've done throughout the last month. It kind of breaks down item per item, order by order, shipment by shipment. So it kind of tells you a breakdown of one by one, which is really good and important to know. And I do use the orders a lot to track, especially the seller fulfilled orders, to make sure that they are arriving on time and that everything is going good there. This is definitely good information, especially with the fulfillment. You can look at all your fulfillment with Walmart Fulfillment or Seller Fulfilled. All right, lastly is the apps. Now, these are apps that are connected with Walmart. So we have a couple standing out right here. We have Wham, which of course we all know and love. And then we have ShipStation. I don't currently use them, but I've heard great things about ShipStation. And then Payoneer, that's how we got paid. That's how I did. Or Ping Pong, that is also a paid software, I guess. Then we can scroll down. It is good to see what there else is out there. We have Flash Pricer here, and then we have Seller Board here as well. So these are directly connected into our Walmart Seller Center. So that's great. And then we have Zoho Inventory. I've heard great things about them as well. But if there is things in here that you don't see, this is not the end all be all. So there are other apps here. Next are your connected apps. These are ones that you're currently connected with. And as you can see, I have all of these listed there. All right, so that covers our entire catalog. I know that was a lot of information. I know that was really a lot, and I get that. So take a break, come back, save this video. This is, I know, a couple hours long already, but we're just getting started. Now we go on to sourcing, the best part. I love sourcing, whether I'm doing online arbitrage or retail arbitrage. I'm going to show you all of my tips and tricks. So excited. So let's jump into sourcing. Welcome to Module 5 of sourcing. This is where we're going to dive into how to do sourcing when it comes to analyzing it for the Walmart Marketplace. So we're going to go into Amazon to Walmart, Walmart to Walmart, Deal Soldier, and then lastly is any Walmart leads that you're interested in, and that is the Walmart 101 leads list. So I'm only going to do these categories because these are the ones I do the best. And if you want to do some retail arbitrage, I have a ton of videos on my page on how I do retail arbitrage. So definitely go check those out, but I won't be doing that in this video. But let's just dive into the Amazon to Walmart first. All right, first up is Amazon to Walmart. So let's just dive right on in. First, we're going to start with the Keep It deals. I love starting this place first because this is kind of where you see all the deals. So I'm going to go to keepit.com and then go on over to deals. And I just kind of use the preset, and I use the 30 to 100% off for the select range. And then I typically like the drop of 0 to 67. And then I do the lowest ever and then lowest new offer. And then I sort by newest. I kind of will sometimes toggle between price and the drop as well. As you can see at the top, there are categories that you can sort by, or you can just kind of just go all of them. But for today, I'm going to do toys. So I will select the toys and games, and it looks like there are 17 within that little range. So I will just go ahead and just look at, see, the drops and see the sales rank. And typically if it sells well on Amazon, it'll sell well on Walmart. However, there are some caveats to that. Nike is one of them. Nike does not sell well on Walmart. That is something to keep in mind. So let's just go ahead and take a look at this little Monster High boutique dollhouse. Monster High does really well. It is not gated, so you could sell this right away. So I will typically just copy this right here, and I will see it's currently at $35.65. Then I'll just pop on over to Walmart.com and I will paste in that title. They typically match the things. And so as you can see, it's for $35.65 here. And it looks like it's this one with the girl right there. Yeah, perfect. Okay, so it's that one. And then I'm going to bring up WAMP. And just a little bit of WAMP. I absolutely love it. It is the best ROI calculator out there. And it is something that I really enjoy. I think it's similar to Seller Amp. It is the same company. It is by the same developers. So if you love Seller Amp, you're definitely going to love WAMP. And there's a 14-day free trial in the link below. So this is for $35.65. And we could say, but let's just scroll down and see what we can do. If you plan on doing this seller fulfilled, you can toggle that right there. But I'm going to do WFS. And as you can see, there are so many great things about this listing. Is one, Walmart is on it, which I will compete with Walmart because let's say my inventory gets shipped to Pennsylvania because I am in Seattle. All of my inventory gets shipped to Pennsylvania. And let's say somebody in New York purchases this item and all of Walmart stock could be in Atlanta, then I would get the buy box because I'm closer to the customer. So even though we don't know if Walmart shares a buy box, they do. It's all basically regional. So Walmart is on this listing for $55. And it looks like the next person is at $89. And then I'm going to scroll down. And as you can see, this chart right here, it was at 107 at one point. Then it went down to 97. And then it went down to 55. So 89 is not out of the realm of possibility of pricing it here. We could even go higher, maybe even do like 99 because it is between the 89 and the 104. Plus they only have one in stock, which is good. And then we'll scroll down to the offers and ratings. And as you can see, there's many people coming in and out of this listing, which is great. That means they're buying it and they're selling out. And then the badges. This is something to really look. At I first glance, I saw that this has an overall pick. So this is a great badge. This is something that means people are buying this. This is something their favorite. So basically out of all the doll houses, this is the one that people are buying overall. It's not a bestseller, but is in 4 people's carts. It has had that badge 4 times. And having that badge in people's carts is really good because sometimes the sales rank also defers to the in-store sales, which kind of is not great. But the in people's cart really refers to the online orders, which is perfect because that's how we're selling our items is online. And so that is perfect. So this is a great listing. So it's for $35 and it has an estimated sale of $80 a month, which is great. So this is definitely a buy. So I'm going to put this for, instead of $55, I'm going to put it at $99. So that gives us a profit of $41 with 150% ROI. So that is definitely a good buy today. And that was our first product we looked at. Walmart is truly amazing. All right, so let's jump back into Keepa and see if we can find a couple more. So I will go ahead and exit out of WAMP, and then I'm going to go back. And I just kind of like to look and see what's going on. This one looks good. This is a WizKid. The sales rank isn't great. It does, it's up in the 100,000s. I kind of like faster moving, but let's just take a look onto Walmart. Let's just kind of copy this title. And then we'll go on back over to Walmart. And it looks like this is a WizKid Kuotao. I don't know if I'm saying that right. Let me put that in there as well. So then I can kind of dwindle down my searches. Okay. All right. So it looks like it is these little guys. My husband plays D&D, so he'd know what these are, but I don't know what they are. So it looks like that's them. Okay, perfect. And it looks like these are them. Perfect. All right, so it looks like it's over here. on Amazon for $27.99, and it's for $37.59. So let's just pull up way up and kind of do some investigation. So it looks like it has no ratings yet, which isn't a bad thing. It could be still a new item. And there are people doing seller fulfilled, so that is good to know as well. It doesn't have any badges. There's not a lot of price history, so this is a fairly new listing. And it is for $27.99. It's not great. This is a pass for me because there's no badges, there's no ratings, there's only seller fulfilled items. So I don't know if this would be great for WFS or not. If you think this would be great, you could buy 3 and test it out and see how it goes. But today I'm going to move on. I wouldn't do that one. So let's just go ahead and go back and we'll look for another one. Let's do the little dart pistol. It looks like it's normally on Amazon for $34.99 and it's here for $23.84. So let's just go ahead and take a look at it on Walmart. Okay, so let's just take a look at what it is. It's a revolver kind of thing. Perfect. All right, I don't see it at all, but I'm going to look at the other, maybe at this brand. It looks like this brand isn't on Walmart, which could be a good opportunity to create a listing and see how it goes on there. So I'm going to pass on this one. I don't think that I don't see it. So if you wanted to create a listing and see how it goes and sell it for $34.99 on Walmart or a little higher, you should definitely try that. But I'm going to keep going. I'm going to skip this one just because it's a little big. I don't like big items. So let's just go to this one. This is for sale for $29.72, which is amazing because it normally is at $58. And I will go ahead and copy this little title. Okay. And it looks, oh, that's it right there, I believe. Oh, it's red. I thought it was blue. I'm not seeing it. Okay, so we'll just move on. I don't do a whole lot of research. I just kind of look and then I move on. I just kind of do what stands out to me. This is a Paw Patrol. This is not gated, but it is a kid's toy, so I won't dive into that. Let's look at this one. This looks interesting. So we'll go ahead and copy that. Looks like it's a little racing car, like a little pack. So we'll go ahead and copy that in there. Perfect. And it's on clearance. Perfect. This is great. This is already looking really good. Okay, it's here at $3.10. So it's the same sale as it is on Walmart or on Amazon. They're the same. Okay, so it is Walmart and it is a WFS seller. So let's say it's $30.10. And normally it's on Amazon for $59. So let's just say what it would be for $59. Okay, perfect. Okay, so it is on clearance, which is a great thing because you can do a lot of Walmart to Walmart flips. You can buy this at $30, and then once they sell out, you can then increase your price to the $59. And it has a sales history of $59, although it does say here $47. But let's look and see what the other sellers are at. The ones at $30, well, Walmart's at $30. But once Amazon increases their price, Walmart will increase their price. Walmart is all about their competitive price. They want to be the best price. They want to be competitive. And so when Amazon lowers their price to a deal, Walmart will do the same. So they have 194 in stock, which is fine. And then there is a WFS that has 4 in stock, and they're at $51.49. So they're not the 47, they're at 51. Yes, 51. All right. And as you can see, the price is pretty good at the 49 and then at the 59, and then it does go down. And it looks like there have been 2 sellers, Walmart, and then the one that's already on there. And this one does go on clearance often. It's had clearance 39 times. So that does mean that I don't know if I'd jump onto this one because it goes on clearance so often. But I would definitely test it out. I'll buy 2 or 3 and just to see how it goes. Because once Walmart sells out, then it's the next person in line. And this does have an estimated sale of 20 times a month, so that is pretty good. And then over on Amazon, it does have a pretty, it's a pretty slow seller, but in the last 90 days is about 122,000 rank, but it is currently 74,000 rank, so it is selling. And it is July, so Q4 is right around the corner. So I definitely would test this and buy maybe 3 or 5 items and see how that goes. But yeah, let's try and find one more product in the Keep a Finder. So I'm going to go ahead and go back. I'm going to close out WAMP, and then I'm going to go back and just kind of look at this. Oh, we didn't do this first, girl. Let's just do this action figure. This is a Tashami Nations. And it looks like it has a steady price between a 53, 56, and it's currently at 40. So we'll go ahead and go over there. Perfect. And I forgot how much she was. She was $40.25, which is exactly what is here. And then let's see where the other sellers are at. And we'll do $40.25. And I'm going to do WFS, and there's a lot of people on this listing. This is great. So there is one person at Seller Fulfilled for $40.25. And if your Walmart account is deep discount, raise your price because everybody else is at $64.99 and higher. So when they sell out at the $40.19 or $40.25, the next person is $64. That's a $20 and $24 difference. I don't understand. So I would price this at, let's look at the historical charts. Oh, there is none. Sometimes there's no historical charts, but I would price this at maybe 65 just to kind of be right there at the $64.99. And you do have room to do that. So if you want to do 65 just to be on the safe space, just to kind of like sell it quickly, you could totally do that because you would have $11 profit and 28% ROI. But if you wanted to go higher at like 72, there's room for that. And I love that. So that's perfect. And that if you wanted to go higher and wait out a little bit longer, you'd get $17 per item. So if you bought 10 of these, that's bank right there. That's perfect. So that is why I like starting out with Keepa deals, because you can really test out items and really see good deals. So now let's just go over to the regular Amazon side and source there. All right, so now that we're on the Amazon side, I like checking out the today's deals just to see what is on sale. And I will be honest, this isn't my favorite method, but it's a very good method. So I will just kind of source through whichever. And these Keurig coffee makers do really well. These Ninjas also do really well. Let's take a look and see. So I will just kind of go through, and I can usually do by department or in like the lowest price. And 365, I do like that one. And I will lower my price. I don't like to spend more than like $100 when I'm sourcing, when I'm just kind of doing this. And then the discount, I like kind of a discounted between like 50 and 100% off. So I will go ahead and change that as well right there. Perfect. And then I will just kind of scroll through and just kind of see what like speaks to me in a sense. There's a lot of things on Amazon that may not be on Walmart. I don't like doing home. I don't like doing like bedding and stuff, and that's just my personal preference. But let's just kind of see, and I don't do apparel as well. But let's look at this splash pad right here. So I'm just gonna highlight it. It is currently $19.99 on Amazon. So I'll go over here. And it looks like it was this one. Perfect. And it was $19.99. And it is the brand. So we will definitely be moving on. I just hovered over Seller Fulfilled, and it's the brand. So we will be moving on. I don't want to compete with the brand. So I will go ahead and go back. Actually, I am going to go by department. Let's just go by, I always like toys. So that's just kind of where my go-to. So I'm going to do toys, and let's just take a look and see what is this cute little writing table. Let's just kind of copy that. All right, paste that right into Walmart. And it's a 16-inch Kogi. Not seeing that brand. Okay, so we'll just move on. I don't really spend a whole lot of time just like really trying to find it. I probably should do more, but I just kind of like to move on. These little play tables do super well, especially with the water ones. They do super well, especially in the summertime, but they actually do well year round because a lot of people will put them in their garage and stuff. So let's see here. Let's see which ones. Okay. Is it that one? Nope. Looks like it's not what I'm looking for, so we'll just keep moving. Try and find a couple items here, maybe just one. I do stay away from baby toys because baby toys do require CPC. So anything, for older kids, usually I like 6 and up, because anything below 3, you have to have that CPC. But this is how I scroll through Amazon. And this is my favorite method. I do like Amazon to Walmart. I will preface by saying that if you want a pro seller badge, then having OA is not the best. And I'll go more into that in a little while. Okay. So I'm just going to leave it here just because this is, it does take time to source from Amazon to Walmart. But it is my favorite method, especially Keep It Deals. We were able to be very successful with Keep It Deals. And especially if you want to put alerts and stuff on things, that's even the better way to go. But yeah, so now let's dive into Walmart to Walmart. So now let's do Walmart to Walmart. This is my favorite method. I do about 90% Walmart to Walmart. I do a lot of retail arbitrage from Walmart to Walmart. So I'm in stores buying from the clearance section and, doing that way. You can also do it online. And I'm going to show you the online version. So I'm going to go ahead and go to walmart.com. And then I am going to pull up the clearance section. All right, so I'm going to pull up department. I'm going to select rollbacks and more, and then I'm going to scroll down to clearance. So essentially we're going from clearance to then full price, especially online. And I like to sort right here. This is important. Sort by best seller because these will sell really well. And then in store by price and brand, and you can also do that as well. Let's see here. So sometimes I like to kind of just go by, section or by price or under 25. But let's just kind of go through it and just take a look. I like seeing things that are really discounted. Like this one is really good. I like that. But I don't do shoes. So let's just take a look at it. Let's just take a look at this Madden. And so when we're sourcing, we want to have WAMP pulled up so we can buy this clearance Madden. And it looks like Walmart only is on the listing. So since this is Madden, I'm going to assume it's restricted. So I'm just going to move on. You could add this into your inventory and wait about 6 hours to see if it's aired out, but I don't want to do that. That's too much time, especially if you're new and you only have 250 SKUs, then you don't want to waste your SKUs. We're just going to go ahead and click on all of these and just kind of take a look of what's going on. And it looks like it is sold by Decimo, and that is the brand. So I'm going to, again, apply the same rules and not be on the same listing as the brand. So I'm just going to keep moving. And I personally don't like doing big things. This is a big chair, a big wagon. I'm not interested in doing that. So let's look at this Justice Girl. This is probably also gated because it's Justice. But let's just go ahead and pull up WAMP. And it is Walmart only. So let's just take a look over here. So now let's just dive into maybe toys. I sell a lot of toys. It's just what I know. So let's just dive into all the clearance toys. There's over 1,000 here. You can definitely do these bikes and do them, flip those easily. Those are awesome. So this one is $50 and it's usually $150. So let's definitely take a look at that. This is an amazing listing because 100 plus bought since yesterday. It's on clearance and is a bestseller. People love this little dollhouse. It's Peppa Pig, yeah. So let's just take a look at it. Okay, so it looks like we could buy it for 50. Not 50 cents, $50. And let's take a look here. And we could do WFS with it, which would be, it's probably a bulky item, which is totally, I would still do this. And it looks like it does have that historical history of selling for 149. I would definitely sell this one because it's so fast, such a quick seller, and I will do 149. So that gives us a $22 profit and a 44% ROI. I would definitely buy this, and I may sell or fulfill it. It just depends. So, but if you wanted to do WFS on this item, you definitely could. So this is a great item to flip Walmart to Walmart. And you could also check to see if it's in your local store. So that's what I also like doing. Then I would just add to my cart and I would have it shipped to me. And then, so let's just kind of keep looking. So this little, what is it? It's a surprise. LOL is not gated. So you could sell LOL, and it is currently for $8.39. And all the other sellers are at like 16, so that's awesome. So let's do $16.99. Not a bad profit and ROI. It is a $2 profit and a 30% ROI. That is such a good flip, especially doing it Walmart to Walmart. This is another amazing find. The price it is normally the $14.47, but because all the other sellers are at the $16 mark, you can definitely get that. And there are a lot of sellers here on the listing, so that's good that they have come in and out and they are selling it. And this item has a ton of badges. Amazing. This is what we look for. This has every badge you want. Like, honestly, this is perfect. This is what you want. You want all the badges, and you want good reviews. It's got 174 reviews. So another good flip, Walmart to Walmart for sure. All right, let's try and find one more. All right, so let's take a look. I'm going to close WAMP, give my screen a little bit more. Let's look at this Wednesday one. I actually believe I purchased this for $15 in my local store, but let's just say we bought it for $39.50 here. So $39.50. And I would personally wait until it's at 55. So let's just do 55. It's not great. It was a better in-store deal because I bought it for 15. Let's say if I bought it for 15, this was a really good find for me, but not Walmart to Walmart online, unfortunately. But let's just go ahead and keep moving. Let's see here. All right, let's scroll down. Let's see if we can find a little bit more. I don't like these big toys. They're just not my favorite. Another Monster High. There's these, let's look at these squishies. These squishies are definitely all the rave right now. My nieces love this. Like, it's such a weird thing. But it looks like we could get it for $4.49. And we could sell it for, let's take a look here. It looks like there's a lot of people on this listing that have come and gone. And it also looks like there is a lot of badges. I love the badges. It looks like there's nobody on this listing. So I'm just going to move on because I don't trust it. If the offers aren't pulling up and it's this seller, I'm going to move on because I don't trust it. I don't trust it. So I'm going to just keep going. If something looks off, then it's probably off. And that's the thing I've learned is you kind of have to really go with your gut, make a fast gut instinct and just go with it. Let's try and find one more. Another Monster High doll. Rainbow High. Let's try that one. It is for $11.89. Perfect. Let's open up WAMP. Perfect. I would sell at this 27 mark. I would wait until these people sell out and do for 27. So let's just see what that brings us to. Perfect. Yeah. That gives us a $6 profit and a 50% ROI. That's amazing. That's such a good deal. So I would definitely buy this one for $11.89 and resell it for around 27. So this is a great. Next up, we're going to dive into Deal Soldier. Now this is another software. I believe it is $44 a month. It does come with a free trial. I believe it's a 7-day free trial, but all that information will be down below. But let's just dive into Deal Soldier so the deals can come to you instead of you doing manual searching. So let's go. Deal Soldier is a software or subscription that helps you source items so you're not manually searching for everything. So it's broken up into 2 places. It's on turbosearch.com and it's also in Discord. So let's dive into Discord first so I can show you the ropes. So first, when I open up Discord, I see that I have my Discord. I do have a Discord of all Walmart sellers. We do go live weekly every Thursday at 7 Eastern, where we talk about all things Walmart, whether it's good, bad, and everything in between. The second from the bottom is Deal Soldier. But if you also see down below that is WAMP, there is a WAMP Discord. If you'd like to be part of it, the info on that is also down below in the description. Free to join, and it gets all the cool updates. So let's just jump into Deal Soldier. So there's a lot of information in Deal Soldier. First is the turbo search. This is where we will be going later, but I like to kind of look around. It gives you so much information, and it is $44 a month. I do have an affiliate down below as well, and this information, there's so much here. I don't even like tap into 10% of it because it's just a lot. And it goes from everything from really hot deals to free to even food, where you can like get free food on a certain day. It breaks it up by in-store with Walmart, but I'm going to go to where I know and love. So I just scroll down to the in-store Walmart. I usually do the extreme Walmart hits, which is the top one, or I do the Walmart clearance. So I'm going to do the Walmart clearance, and you do have to set your zip code. That's the first thing you do, but you don't need to do it every time. So once you first log in, you'll do it, but after that, it's fine. So you enter your zip code. I'm going to be doing 98144 for Seattle. That's not where I currently live, but it's where I currently source. Now we're good to go. And I will apologize in advance. There's going to be a lot of dinging. It's going to be very annoying. I get annoyed, but it's just part of it. And I can't mute it right now because then I won't have sound. So beware. So I'm just going to scroll up and do search now on things that I want to sell. So like this time and table recent mini, I want to check that out. So I'm going to do search now. What this is doing is this is going to search all those local Walmarts in Seattle of that zip code within 50 miles of that zip code and show me where this is on sale. Pretty cool. Let's check it out. So I'm going to do that, but I'm not going to go check it out right now. I'm going to do this as much as I want. So, and then there's this Lego Star Wars. See, it looks like sale price is $65. And I can sell as low as $10 if I can find it for $10. I want to find it for $10. So we're going to search. So I'm going to do search now. And then same with this Lego. And again, the dingings are going to come in. I know if you think it's your Discord, it's not, it's mine. So, you just do search now on all of these items. I'm not going to do basketball hoop. There's another Lego. Definitely going to look into that. This speaker set, definitely. Oh, this other Lego, definitely. I'm just going to do all of these and just do search now. And then it's just going to add up in my queue in the back. So I'm just going to keep doing that and just scroll up and search now for all of it. It's really fast, really easy, and really simple. And it's all these Legos, which is amazing. The Star Wars. And we're just going to do all of these. And this Keurigs are super good, super good. I love Keurigs. SodaStream, I believe, is gated, so I'm going to skip that. I'm going to do this Ninja and then this Lego edition. And then I'm going to just do all of these. I'm just going to select search now. And then the SodaStream again. Perfect. So I think we got a good handful. You can do like 20 at a time, 50 at a time, 10. It doesn't matter, whichever you prefer. So those dings are going into my inbox. So they're just telling me where to find them. So let's just go back into our messages. So it's right here under our direct messages. And I'm going to scroll up because it doesn't leave off where you left. So I'm going to scroll up. Perfect. Okay, so this is where I left off, was this time and table barista mini espresso machine. So I know it looks really overwhelming. It's a lot of information, but let's break it down. So this is on Walmart for $128. And the fire emoji is when it's like the lowest it's ever been. I don't see any fire emojis, which is fine. Oh, I do see one actually. So I'm just going to scroll down and I'm going to glance at the store price, $139. I don't want to buy it for $139 because I'm going to sell it for $128. So I'm scrolling down and I see it's here at Arlington for $88. That is definitely a good find. So I could then decide, do I want to go to Arlington to pick it up? The thing is there's only one on the sales floor, and that could probably be the demo. So they're probably sold out. This information is pretty accurate, and so I probably wouldn't go to Arlington just for one, unless I was going there already for other multiple things. And it looks like everywhere else is at $139. So let's move on. So then we see this Lego Star Wars. It is for $69.99. And I'm looking through all of the prices right here. And it's all for $64.95. It is for it is for $38 at Tumwater. But again, there's only one on the sales floor. And $38 to $69 is not that great. So we're going to keep moving. Let's see here. It looks like this Keurig is for $44.97, which is crazy because usually they're like $74. So we maybe even do a Walmart to Walmart flip on this one. So let's just open it up. We'll visit on the Walmart site and we'll kind of see what's going on. It looks like it's for $74, but it told us it was for $44.97. So maybe there's other sellers on this listing for that $44. So let's just take a look at it. And again, the dings are coming in. Yeah, for some reason it's 74. It was not, but these are such a good find. Anytime you find a Keurig on sale, it's going to go good. Okay, so we're back in Discord and it looks like they're all for 74, so it's not really a good area or it's not a good like sale area for me, but maybe in a couple weeks it'll go on sale. But let's just scroll down for the next one. It looks like it's at 54. And I don't see anything that's like less than 42. The 42 is the best, 48, 49. Ooh, there's one for 35, or sorry, for 33.50. That's awesome. So, and there's 5 on the sales floor, which is awesome. So for 33 to 54, let's take a look at it. So let's just dive right into this one. This is this is Wicked. It may or may not be gated. I know Wicked is gated, but it's Lego and I'm ungated with Lego. So I don't know if it's the collab. But it looks like there's a ton of sellers on there, which is great. And it was in here for 33, I believe. Yes, 33.50. Okay. And then we could probably, if we wanted to wait for it's usually at $43.99. This is not a great find as well as I thought it was. We'll just have to wait for this to go on sale even more. But that one isn't great, but it had potential. So let's just kind of wait on it. This is one to kind of watch for in store. And then we'll kind of keep scrolling down. And then perfect. Okay, it looks like this Lego Mario Piranha. Perfect. It looks like it is at $59.99. And I saw it on sale over here for $36, and there's 4 in the sales floor, which is perfect. So I always want to make sure there's at least a handful so I don't go just empty-handed. And it was at that location for $36. And this is Lego, so they'll go really well and really quickly. Perfect. And like we could sell for 59, 50. I do 59.97. Perfect. So if we sold it for 59.97, that gives us an $11 profit and a 32% ROI. Now, I absolutely love this because I can buy this for 36, go to that store in Renton, which I love that Renton store because they always have really good sales, and buy these and then hit up their clearance section. So I already go to Walmart not empty handed. Let's see, let's do the quantity. Let's see if we buy all 4. So if we go and just pick up that, we know we're walking out with a $46 profit. Like just to go to the store, we're getting money. And then we pick up all the other things on clearance, which they always have a good clearance. So that's what I prefer to do is whenever I go into a Walmart, I already know what I'm walking out with and how much I'm walking out with. And that just saves me more time and more bang for my buck, if you will. Then also hit up Auburn. It's right there. But it looks like this could be a really good flip. And I'm so sorry the dingings are still coming through. So let's just scroll more on. Looks like there is this body cam. It is normally for 103, but it looks like it is not really profitable. I don't know what this AI means, so that is something new, but this is for $24.99, and it's definitely not for $24.99. But so I'm going to pass on that body cam. And then there is this other Lego for $29.99, and it looks like they're all at that $29.99 price point. Oh, here at Tumwater, it is $13. Awesome. So there are so many ways, and I love this because it's like kind of like a mindless scroll. You're just like looking at the price and seeing if they have anything in the aisles. It could not get easier than that. Okay, so now that we know how this part works, let's jump into the turbo search, which is the web version of this. All right, now I'm going to go back into Deal Soldier, and then I'm going to go to announcements. And then I'm going to go to turbosearch.com. I'm just going to click on the link. You do have to sign in through Discord. So you have to go through Discord first and then go into TurboSearch. For some reason, they are connected. And so I'm going to exit out of here. All right, so now we're at the home page, and you can do online. That's the one I prefer. You can also do all these other options. So I like doing these because you can just kind of click and go. I'm going to click on this one, and it is the Piranha. Perfect. And I can do the search now right here, and then it's starting your search, and it'll go to my queue. You can do multiple at the same time like the other one. You just kind of click queue or search now, and it'll get queued. And it is finishing up. So I just did these 3 just to kind of show what it looks like, and it does take a minute or so, which is the same as the Discord. It does take a couple of seconds for it to kind of finish up. And I will go ahead and view results, and I can just scroll down, which is awesome. And I can see that this Piranha is $36 for the most place. Some is at $50. So this is awesome. So this is also the Lego Transformer Bee. It can kind of just shows you all the information there. And then you can kind of expand it if you need to. It goes right into the Walmart listing. And let's take a look here. So this is awesome because then if you're like, I know this will go on sale. So you can click watch, and you can put it to your Jericho, and it'll watch it for you. I haven't set it up yet, but I know how it works. And then the next thing that I love is you can add them to a trip. So let's look at our queue. Let's view results. And what you can do is you can click it. So let's say I want to go to Renton. This is for $22. Let's say there was like 15 here and it's on aisle I5. You can click it and then add to trip. And then you can name the trip, like I would always name it the date, add and create. And that way, if you want to, you like see the deals, you just add it to that same trip. So then you're not like, so then when you go into the store, you're like, these are what I'm looking for. You can pull up your trip and you can pull up your items that you're looking for. It makes traveling so much easier. It makes picking up the things you need so you don't forget anything. This is my favorite method because it like puts it so easy in one spot. And you just don't want to forget what you're trying to make money on. So all right, well, that is Deal Soldier. I absolutely love Deal Soldier. I talk about it all the time in my group. We probably do sourcing once a month on Deal Soldier and how to find deals. So if you're not familiar with it, definitely join my Discord and we will do some sourcing together on that. But again, there is an affiliate down below for a free trial, and I believe it's $44 a month. In the next section, we're going to go over a Walmart leads list, and is a list put on by Salem and Joey. So let's go in the next section and learn more about that. All right, last up is a leads list. If you aren't sure exactly where to go, how to source, and just really struggling, there is a leads list that I highly recommend. It is not through me. It is through my good friends Joey and Salem. They are awesome. They are amazing at Walmart as well. And so they have this leads list. And I will kind of just go through a little bit of it. I'm not going to go through all of it because I want to protect their leads. But it is a great buy. It is good to see how they're sourcing and maybe why they purchased this item or why they recommend you purchasing it. I am part of this leads list and it's absolutely amazing. It is one of the best leads lists out there. There's a ton out there, but this one definitely takes the cake and I absolutely love it. So this is the leads list Walmart 101. And this was actually during July. In June, a couple weeks ago, was like the Walmart deals, Amazon Prime. We had all these deals. So they were able to upload it into the spreadsheet. So I'm just going to do a couple just to kind of go through and just to show you what it's about. So they do have the reviews on there and where to find the item, what store, any notes like any deals or any early access kind of things. And then it gives you the links for where you to buy it and then the Walmart. It gives you the cost and how much you can resell it for. And it gives you the sales velocity of that item. And then it also breaks it down by the fees. It gives you that 15% referral fee. If you're just going to do seller fulfilled, then you just stop there. But if you're going to do WFS, it breaks down those fees and then your estimated profit and your ROI. It is absolutely amazing. And they do have different tabs down below where it's your deal days, plus your leads, Walmart, and so on and so forth. If you are interested in this deal or in this leads list, it is down in a link below. And just say that Amanda sent you. It is not an affiliate link. So I just think it's a great product and they work super hard on it. So if you definitely are interested in that, check it out. Module 6, all about seller fulfilled. So we're going to go through everything that entails seller fulfilled. Seller fulfilled is when you ship directly to the customer. And if that is something that you want to try out and start out with, definitely watch everything in this. We're going to go through returns, how to add items into your catalog, and how to ship items to the customer. This is everything you'll need to know about seller fulfilled. So let's jump into the benefits of seller fulfilled. Seller Fulfill on Walmart is really similar to Amazon FBM, where you're basically sending the item from your house to the Walmart customer or the Amazon customer. You're not having Walmart or Amazon ship for you. There's a lot of pros and cons when it comes to being a seller fulfiller. So let's dive into the pros. First is you have control of your inventory. You know what you have, you know how many you have, and you're able to really control that. Versus if it's the warehouse, you have no control over your inventory. Second is you avoid those WFS fee costs. WFS fees start at $3.45 per item. Then it goes up from there based off of weight. So doing seller fulfilled, you definitely save those WFS fees. Next is you can customize your packaging. You can send in little thank you notes and everything like that. A lot of people love doing that. It's not something I personally do. I just kind of send the package as is. And so that is something you're able to do as seller fulfilled. And also it kind of gives you a better relationship with the customer if that is something what you're looking for. Lastly, you can sell items that don't meet WFS eligibility. For example, fertilizer. You can't send that kind of stuff to the warehouse, so you're able to sell it from your house. So there's a lot of items that I do seller fulfilled simply because I don't think that they can be WFS eligible. So one of the major downfalls of having seller fulfilled is the volume. The volume for Walmart is just not there. I have done seller fulfilled for a while and I'll send it into WFS being kind of frustrated and it'll sell within a day for WFS when it's been on my shelf able to be sold for months. The volume just for seller fulfilled isn't there, and that's such a bummer because a lot of people like to start there and see how it goes. But honestly, if you're just getting started, I really would recommend trying WFS because even though it is a slower time frame, the sales just don't sell very well through seller fulfilled. And lastly is seller fulfilled does take a lot more time shipping items to the customer. You have to box it yourself. You have to pay for those supplies. And if you do free shipping, then you do have to be responsible for the shipping. Walmart really likes when you do free shipping, so having a paid shipping template isn't the best. It's possible, but it's just the volume again is just isn't there. So I highly recommend doing WFS, but we're still going to dive into all things self-fulfilled so you get a better understanding of if you want to still continue to do it or if WFS is the way to go. Either model is fine. I just want to be upfront that the volume with the seller fulfilled just may not be there. The fees on Walmart are very straightforward, and especially when it comes to seller fulfilled, the fees are very straightforward, and that is a 15% referral fee. That is based off of the price of the item that you sold. So that's all there is with the fees. And then of course it's shipping and then it's the supply costs. But just to sell on the Walmart platform is just the 15%. There is no $30 a month or $40 a month that Amazon charges. There's none of that. It's just that 15%, which is the same as it is on Amazon. So you're really saving $40 because Amazon charges you versus Walmart does not. So luckily the fees on seller fulfilled are very straightforward. If you are going to be doing seller fulfilled, you definitely need to be taking a look at your metrics almost daily because it's very important to Walmart that you are doing on-time delivery, you have valid tracking, and you are giving the best customer experience. So let's dive into the metrics so you know what you're kind of looking for. First, it's the on-time delivery. I don't know why I'm at 75%. I've only had like 3 in the past few weeks. So because it is urgent, it does tend to go away after a couple days, or the system catches up and it'll be back up to 100. If it doesn't, definitely open a case and have a valid tracking number with it. Next is cancellations. They do not want you canceling on the customers. If the customer requests the cancellation, it does not go against you. But if you cancel because of the incorrect price, or if you don't have any inventory, or you just need to cancel it for other reasons, that's not acceptable for them, and you definitely need to have that very sparingly. It has to have below a 2%, which is absolutely crazy. Next is valid tracking. This is so you are shipping out your items on time and you are uploading that tracking if you're not using the Walmart system or if you're using other ones like Pirate Ship and you're adding in that valid tracking where it should be. Next is seller response. This is where customers send messages to you and you do have to respond to every message. Even if they say thank you, you have to respond with no reply needed. So every message requires a response within 24 to 48 hours. Next is negative feedback. They want to make sure customers are having a positive experience. I personally don't look at this a whole lot because typically they don't leave negative feedback. So next is returns. This is going to be a whole other segment later on, but returns are terrible for seller fulfilled, and we will go into all that, but this is something you also need to keep an eye on. And the last one is items not received. This is when the items are not shipped out at all. They have a tracking number and everything, but they're just not being received. So this is also something that you want to keep a close eye on. Next is the simplified shipping settings. This is if you do participate in the simplified shipping settings metrics, you do need to use what they are requesting. If they do request FedEx, you do need to use FedEx. And this needs to be done 100% of the time. And that's why your shipping settings need to be really dialed in. So you're not shipping FedEx if it's inconvenient or too expensive for you. So this is also another metric that you really need to watch out for. And then there are these other metrics. I don't really look at those. It's just kind of just FYI information. But this is also good to know. But scrolling up, you want to make sure you're on the green. I'm not right now for on-time delivery, but it'll get better. And so definitely be aware of your metrics when it comes to seller fulfilled. All right, having your shipping settings is imperative to make sure that you are not losing a lot of money and you have them set up correctly. So we're on the home page. At the upper left-hand side is the gear button. We'll go ahead and click on that gear, and then we'll scroll down to simplified shipping settings. We'll go through this one first, and then we'll go through the regular templates next. So the simplified shipping settings is where you can determine who you're shipping from, whether it's UPS, FedEx, or the post office. All right, so this is a simplified shipping settings, and you would just add a custom setting, but I'm going to just edit mine because then you can take a look on how I have mine set up. And Walmart does require that you do have a free shipping coverage to the 48 states. So they do want you to be able to have free shipping. So I do have UPS as free shipping and to the United States of the 48 states. Then I'll scroll down and I do FedEx Economy, and again, free shipping and within the 48 states. You can also do PO boxes as well. I just don't currently have them checked. And then you can also do USPS. I do free shipping and then check that mark. If you want to add another carrier, if you want to do UPS, 3-day or FedEx Express, or Priority, those do cost more to ship to them. But you may have a better chance of getting the buy box if you have faster shipping, but it's going to cost you more money to ship. So that's why I don't currently have them, because I don't want to pay a lot of money to have 3-day shipping, because I am on the West Coast. I'm in Seattle. So anywhere in the East Coast, 3 days is really expensive. If you're, in the Midwest or even on the East Coast, it wouldn't be a bad idea to have these, have the extra 3-day shipping. All right, so let's scroll up and let's kind of get out of this screen, and we'll go back and let's just go into our shipping settings. Now, again, I am in Seattle and on the West Coast. So everything is going to be a little bit different. Just because of based off region, but you'll get the gist. So let's go to the default template. This is kind of what is for everything. I do have a transit date of 6 days for free shipping. This is the default on all of them, unless they do the simplified shipping settings, and that's good too. All right, so now we're in the shipping templates, and I am in my paid shipping template. So because I am in Washington, I have a little set up differently. So for 3 days, I have Wyoming, Oregon, Washington, and Idaho, and I have $9.99 of shipping and handling plus 50 cents per pound. So I do have a little bit of a higher thing, but again, I usually only do this in December when they're willing to pay it. Then I have for 4 days, I have Montana, Nevada, Arizona, Colorado, California, New Mexico, and Utah. These are only 4 days, and I did not add the $9.99. I forgot to add that in, but I will go back and add that in. And then for 5 days, I have all the rest of the states because I think that's how long it takes, and because you only have 3, 4, and 5. So this is the paid template. This is the one that I created. So now we're going to go edit the default. This is the one that comes with your account. So we'll go ahead and kind of walk through all that stuff. So you do have to have a value. You can't edit this section. It's all 48 states. It's 6 days with free shipping. And then you go to standard, and this is where you can have your normal standing delivery time. This is how long it's going to take them to receive the items. And I have it broken down just like I did in the other paid template, but I do have this as free shipping. I don't charge for this one. And then there is 2-day, where you do have to be approved to be a 2-day shipping, and it is free. So how do you want to apply? And same for 1 day. You do have to be approved for the 2-day and 1 day. You get an enormous buy box bump, and that's why you have to be approved. But I personally wouldn't do 2 or 1 day. But this is the shipping template, so go ahead and kind of mimic how you want to do it based off of where you live. And then is going to being assigning a SKU, which is super easy, but that is how you set up shipping templates. Now that you have an order, let's go ahead and ship that out to the customer and let's go through that process. So now that we're on the home page of the Walmart Seller Center, we will go to orders, and as you will see, it'll be under your unshipped. And it will say, it'll say customer, it'll give you all the information. And so let's go ahead and buy labels, and it will be from, this is my store, I do have that blurred, and then this is the customer that I do have blurred. And this is the date that it shipped on, and it is a 6x6x4, and I'm going to do ground economy. But if you don't want to do that, you can select different packages. So let's go ahead and edit package preset. So let's say I want to do maybe a UPS. It's a little bit cheaper. So I could do that. I do not recommend doing any saver option like FedEx Saver, UPS Saver, because it won't get there on time. So, and you want to make sure that the estimated delivery time is what you have set as the customer will receive it. So we will go back just to verify the date that it's supposed to be received. And now we have to go all the way back. I know it's kind of tedious, so make a mental note that you need to know when to have this delivered by. And please note that having it delivered a day early is the same as it being delivered a day late. So we definitely don't want that. All right, and she picked the UPS ground advantage. So I'm gonna go ahead and buy the label. And I don't like the FedEx ground. Sometimes it's a little bit more expensive. And I will go ahead and edit package. And this is where you can kind of customize if you use a bigger box or a smaller box. This is where you can go and take a look at it. And is it a hazmat? No. And then I will look at all the other options. We do need to have it delivered by July 13th. So I'm going to pick the UPS ground because it is a little bit cheaper. And I am then going to scroll down and save. If I wanted to have a signature on delivery, I can do that, but I'm not going to. This is just a small item. And then it reflected the $5.99, and I'm going to buy the label, and then I'm going to print packing slips and shipping labels, or just the slips or just the labels, and I'm going to do just the labels, and then return to order. And then there you are. Now you have your shipping label and you are good to go. Now all you need to do is box it up and ship it out. Now that you have shipped it out, make sure you do check in your seller account that you have marked as shipped. Sometimes it's automatic and sometimes it's not. If it's not marked and you do ship it out, and then the next day you'll get this very threatening email from Walmart saying avoid cancellation or whatever. So make sure you mark it as shipped, and then you won't get those nasty emails. But that is how you do seller fulfilled. It's very similar to Amazon FBM, and let me know if you have any questions. Let's add items as seller fulfilled into your Walmart catalog. Now, adding items as seller fulfilled is a different process than it is for adding it as WFS eligible. So let's just go into how to do it as seller fulfilled. So first, I have my WAMP buy sheet up, and I'm going to go through this entire process in the WFS section. So if you want to know this screen and process that I'm doing, I'll go over a little bit, but I'll go more in depth in the next module. So here I have WAMP, and I'm going to just highlight this UPC right here. I'm going to copy, and then I'm going to go over here to my Walmart Seller Center. I'm going to go to catalog, and then I'm going to go over here to the upper right and add items. And then I'm going to paste that UPC, and there it is. There's the item that I'm looking for. I'm going to add, and it is added. You can add multiple, and we'll do that next. So we're just going to do one by one right now, but if you want to do bulk upload, we'll do that right next. So we'll do next. And then I'm going to do seller fulfilled, new, and then my SKU. Let's see what my SKU is. I haven't done that yet, but I will do that in the next video. And my SKU is usually a random number, RA. I do my buy cost, and then I do the date, and then I do the sale price. And this does get automatically calculated, and I'll show that in the next module. And then the shipping weight, I put 0.4. It doesn't really matter. You can put whatever. And the selling price is $14.50. And it's important to have your SKU pre-done so you know what you want to sell your price at, because sometimes it's not right here, which it typically is. And then inventory quantity. Let's say I'll have 1, and then fulfillment, and then your ID number. But yeah, and then you have your ID number, but I do have that blurred. And then go ahead and select the restrictions, none, and submit. And that is how you do WFS eligible. And you will copy this feed ID right here. And I will go to my activity feed ID and record it. This is the Walmart tracking. This is the, I'll go right here. This step right here that I'm doing with the activity feed is just habit. You don't have to do it right now, but I do highly recommend you doing it in case you have issues. And then the SKU will be later. Okay, so now we'll go to activity feed ID. And this is kind of where we just see what is happening with this item. So we did the 38, this is our SKU. So we'll copy this and put it into our SKU. You don't have to put the item ID. Sometimes I do and sometimes I don't if it's easily accessible. And then I will just kind of look at it is being set up, it is submitted, it is processed, and it is good to go right here. Perfect. Sometimes it'll say pending, it'll be blue. If there's any issues, you'll have a little eye like it is right here to show any like issues. So now we'll go to our catalog to see if it actually popped through. So I'll go ahead and exit out of here and pull up all of my items. And sometimes I will just refresh and sometimes it'll pop up right at the top. It hasn't popped in through yet, but that's okay. We'll just kind of wait. It does take a couple minutes. So now let's say you don't want to do one by one. You want to do a bulk upload. So let's just go through those steps. So I'm going to go to add items, and then I'm going to go to my buy sheet over here, and I am going to copy this UPC, copy it, and then I'm going to add a comma, and then I will add this one. And I honestly don't recommend doing more than 10. More than 10 really bogs down the system and it's really confusing. For some reason, overload. So I wouldn't do more than 10. And so I'm going to add these two and click next. And how would you like to fulfill these items? I'm going to do seller fulfilled and apply. And so this is where you do your SKU as well. So I'm just going to kind of go with the same SKU that I had. So 7 and 9. So this is why I do my SKU before, so I don't have to do this. So random number, RA. I purchased this for 7. Then I have the date and the list price, which is 25. And then, all right, so now that I have my SKUs in there, I have the condition, the shipping weight. I pretty much always put 0.25. And the reason why is because they already have the shipping information in the listing, so you don't need to add it. It's just a crazy thing to have. All right, so the listing per sale price now is 25, and then we'll do 21.50. And if you want to remove the item, if you're like, I changed my mind, you can remove it right there. And then we will go ahead and submit to. And then go to activity feed, and we are going to wait for them to be processed. It looks like this one is like still being processed, but let's just check our catalog because sometimes it will pop in and it looks like it's there. Perfect. So it is there. It is published and the current price is what I want. And I have inventory 1 and the fulfillment type is seller fulfilled. So this is all good news because you can sell it and you can sell it at that price point and you can do it as seller fulfilled. So perfect, all green, ready to go. So now we'll go back to our activity feed just to kind of keep an eye on that other one. You can then move on and do more, or you can wait until it pops through so you're not like going back and forth. It really depends. Me personally, I like to do them all like in batches of 3. So then I'll do 3 and then I'll go and make sure that all 3 get in. So that's just kind of what works out for me is doing it in batches. And so it looks like I'm going to go ahead and refresh all the time within this activity feed. And it looks like 2 are submitted and processed and there's no like eyeball or issues. So let's go ahead and let's just look at our catalog to see if they did indeed come through. And we have 1 pop through. It's one of them. So we'll go ahead and this is definitely a waiting game. It definitely used to take a lot longer, but now it's not so bad. but you just kind of have to keep refreshing because it did say that they were submitted and they were good to go. But the fact that this brand is green, is published, means that I have good faith that the next one will come in through just fine. It's just kind of glitching out right now. So we'll go ahead and refresh again. All right, so we went ahead and refreshed, and it looks like it did come through, which is perfect. We have all of our items in our catalog, and they are ready to go. And as you can see here, we have the inventory of 1, but we didn't put any inventory on the spreadsheet. So we do have to manually enter those, which is totally fine. But I personally prefer the bulk upload versus the 1-by-1. And that's how you add items as seller fulfilled to your Walmart catalog. Now that you have your items as seller fulfilled in your catalog, and now let's say you want to send them to WFS. Well, you'll need to convert them to WFS eligible first. So let's go through those steps. So first, you want to zero out all of your inventory. You don't want to sell something as seller fulfilled when it's on its way to the warehouse. So let's go ahead and zero out all of our inventory. So as you can see here, we have this little brick daisy, and it has an inventory of 1, but we want to send all of them to WFS. So we will go ahead and select that inventory and select 0 on hand and update. All right. Also, to make things a little bit easier, because I do have a mix of seller fulfilled and seller fulfilled items in my catalog, I'm going to filter by the fulfillment type by seller fulfilled and apply. And this is also a better way to kind of understand your catalog, is knowing what the filters are and how to fix them. So first we'll do a single, and then the next we'll do a bulk convert. So first we'll go ahead and start with this daisy, and I did select the inventory as 0, but I'm just going to double check it and select 0. It is 0 on hand, and so it just hasn't caught up to the system yet. So I'm going to go over here to the 3 little dots and convert to WFS. And as you can see, we have the G10. Our SKU is grayed out. We cannot change that. And I will go ahead and scroll down, and I will do my selling price, which I believe was $14.50. Yes, $14.50. And this is what I was saying earlier. It's not here right now for some reason, the price. So I do have to refer to my SKU, which is $14.50 of the sell price. So I'm going to put $14.50, and state restrictions, none. And then I will do has an electronic component, no. Does it contain a battery? No. Prop 65 warning, no, none. And that's it. And everything else that's blank, you can just leave blank. And then city or country of origin is China. That's fine. And you can just skip all of this. This is not necessary. And then the optional of the side date, just make sure this date is further out. I always like to make sure it's 2049. And then it's making sure this date is 2049. And then it is a require for the height, weight, and thing. And be as accurate as you can, but if you're not, it's fine. This is a really tiny item. It's like this big. So I'm just going to put 4s across and then 0.25. And then I'm going to submit. And if there's any issues, it'll come up with a red square. I'm not going to write this activity feed ID because I'm just converting. Converting is fine. You don't need to add it. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. But it looks like there was no issues. It would have had a red error or anything like that. So I'm going to go into my activity feed just to see if it pops through. And it's not there yet, but that's fine. It's just a little slow. So that is how you do it 1-by-1. It's really simple. Let's just do it in bulk. Let's just do 2 at a time. So I'm going to select these 2. I'm going to edit items and convert to WFS. And it's going to have these spreadsheets. And then we'll do the selling price. And again, this is why the SKU is important. So the 25 and then the 21.50. And then add state restrictions, which is none. None. And then no, does not contain a battery, no. And then prop, you can just put none, is fine. I'm going to put none as well for here. Content and everything like that. It looks good. And then I will go ahead and submit. And it looks like there was an error, so I need to do, I always forget this one. This is the weights. Again, we don't need to be any, it's really just a guesstimate. And then it did come back with the error, so we fixed that. And then we will go ahead and submit. Perfect. All right, so that is good to go. And so now we will filter this back to everything just because that way it'll pop up at the top. And we will apply. Now we'll go to our activity feed to see if the first one is pending or if it's been processed. And it looks like the first one has been processed because it says WFS convert. Setting up by match, that is adding items into your catalog. Seller fulfilled item setup, this is where we're adding it to seller fulfilled. And then retire item, it's when you don't want it no longer in your catalog. So this WFS convert, this one looked good. But we do have a pending one. It does have a little I, so we'll see if that gets resolved on its own or if we need to do something. So let's go ahead and refresh. And it is still pending. Let's just look at this eyeball, see if it says something. It's just the activity feed saying it's pending. So it really won't give us an answer until. So then let's just go back into our catalog and see if they've popped through. It looks like not yet. They are still at the seller fulfilled status, which is totally fine. All right, so it looks like they are both processed and they are ready to go. So let's just go check our catalog one more time and see if they are ready to go. All right, so I went ahead and refreshed and it looks like 2 of the 3 are seller fulfilled WFS eligible. So you cannot send anything to the warehouse unless it's WFS eligible. If it's seller fulfilled, it won't even pop up in your shipments and you'll have to come back and convert it, which is such a pain, especially if you're in the middle of doing a shipment. You'll have to wait until next time because it's probably been about 15 minutes since we added the first one. So this isn't a quick and easy process. I would probably do this part the day before or a couple hours before you're actually doing your shipment because it does take a while for it to be completely turned over to WFS eligible. So I'm going to go ahead and refresh and see if that third one does pop through, and it does. Yes. So they are all WFS eligible. They are all published and green, and that means they are ready to be sent to the warehouse. So I'm super excited that those did not error out. If you are nervous about it erroring out, wait about 6 hours to see if it does have an error. But I'm pretty confident with these ones. So that is how you convert from seller fulfilled to WFS eligible. And also know that you can still sell as seller fulfilled with this status. If you want to do your entire catalog as WFS eligible, that way you never have to convert. That is what a lot of people do, honestly. I do that a lot. I have very few seller fulfilled. I have them all as seller fulfilled WFS eligible. So I hope this helps, and I will see you in the next section. All right, the returns on Walmart, I will be very honest and open up front with that, and they are horrible. They're terrible. They're way worse than Amazon, and they're the worst. And there's no real way to sugarcoat that because the problem is with Walmart returns, they can return them to their local Walmart. And the problem is 90% of Americans have a Walmart within 10 minutes. So it is so convenient just to go to their local Walmart to hand in a return than it is to go with Amazon. You have to go to their special places, whether it's Amazon Fresh or a Walgreens or wherever they require returns to go to. That is way more inconvenient than it is to go to your local Walmart. So because it's so convenient, it is a lot higher and a lot more worse. And a lot worse. So let's go through how we can track our returns. On our home screen here, we'll go down to orders and click returns. And this is where returns are, all of them from WFS to seller fulfilled. You can see how many are initiated, how many are received, completed, and then all of them. I'm going to go ahead and select all just so we can kind of see why they are returned. And a lot of times it's no longer wanted, incorrect item, or damaged, or other, and I don't really know what the other is because it could be a multiple of different things. But this is where you can view your returns, and you can go ahead and click on the purchase order, which is on that first column, and you can kind of see what's going on. And unfortunately, you can only have about 60 days to dispute a return. And the problem with this is in order to dispute your return, you have to have it back. And when you receive it back, is whenever. It could be 90 days, it could be 180 days or 6 months. It could be whenever, or it could be next week. We really don't know. And because you only have 60 days to dispute that, and let's say you don't receive it for 90 days, there's nothing you can do. So when it comes to returns, there's not a lot you can do. There's not a lot we can fight. It's the Walmart tends to take the customer side. I've even had groceries returned when you're not allowed to return groceries. So this is kind of where in the Seller Center Hub where we kind of work through for items. Whether you have it set up is they'll be the returned to WFS, and then they'll inspect it to see if it's resellable, or they'll send it back to you. Whichever way you have it. You can also have it set up to where they keep the item and they get a partial refund. I wouldn't recommend this because I think it's a scam, honestly. So this is the best way to track your returns, is to go through each one line by line and track them to see where they're going. And if you see any disputes or issues with your refunds, definitely open a case and they will work with you on hopefully getting it resolved. But honestly though, at the end of the day, refunds are just the worst part about Walmart, and I wish I had better news on that one. And it's the same whether it's seller fulfilled or WFS. It doesn't really matter because returns are just unfortunately part of the game. When it comes to seller fulfilled, you want to make sure you have all the right supplies and everything you need to be successful. You want to make sure you have all the right boxes and everything in order before you start adding them to your catalog and sending them out. So I have put a list together where all the items that I have will be in the description down below, where I will also have the links on Amazon and Uline to where I order my boxes. So in case you want to copy my list of supplies, please feel free. And these will be only supplies for seller fulfilled. I have left off like supplies for WFS, even though there's only a couple things off. So the first thing are box sizes. I've always wondered what boxes to order, what size, and everything like that. So I went ahead and ordered a bunch of sizes. And these are all the sizes that I have ordered and that I have on hand. I know a lot of them are probably redundant, but I do use all of them. And please do keep in mind, I keep all of these for Amazon FBM. I'm strictly FBM for Amazon. So these do both seller fulfilled on Walmart and FBM for Amazon. So a lot of these box sizes will be kind of too much. So just kind of go with what you think will work best for you and the items that you are purchasing. The next thing you must have are poly mailers. These are the white ones that I ordered. These ones are really good. Love this size, but if you're going to be doing a lot, I would definitely be getting a variety of the sizes. I would definitely do a combo, and that way you're able to kind of pick and choose what size you'd like. Next are shipping bags. Now I like these ones because they come in a variety as well, so you can get to pick and choose which ones you have. However, if you have a lot of big items like coffee makers or air fryers, I would definitely go up a size, and I will have that exact size down in the description, but it's important to have a large size. I believe it is a 24 by 19, and that way it can fit those large purchases, and you just slap that on and you're good to go. Next is you want to have clear poly bags, and again, having a combo like this where it's a bundle and you can kind of see all the different sizes. I love that because you can, again, pick and choose. You don't want something too big and too small. Just make sure they have the warning on there, the choking hazard warning. And I personally, if I'm selling an item as a Squishmallow, as seller fulfilled, I still put it in a poly bag. I just think it looks good and it makes the customer feel like it's safe and everything like that. Next is a Scotty peeler. Do not go with this one, which is plastic and is terrible. Go with this one, which is metal. It's way better to have a metal one than it is a plastic one. I really didn't know what I was missing out on with the metal one for like a year. The plastic ones are just awful, and just even though they're like a little cheaper, it's better to go more expensive with the metal one. And then also lastly, you'll want Goo Gone. This is with the Goo Gone that I use. I love this one. I love the spray bottle versus like the non-spray, I guess. But I went ahead and ordered that, and I love it because it gets that last residue that you're not able to get with a heat gun. And of course, you need a heat gun. There are so many out there. They're all really good options. You just need something that gets really hot that you could kind of melt the stickers and they come off easier. And then lastly, I have a scanner. I actually have two, one in my office and one in my garage. They help speed up the process when you're trying to add items into your catalog. It just helps a ton. So I definitely have links to the scanners as well below. So these are all the items that I use for seller fulfilled. I also use them a lot for WFS and for Amazon, but these are just all good things to have on hand, especially if you're doing seller fulfilled. And I hope this was helpful. And don't forget to check the description of all the supplies I use down below. Another reason that I prefer WFS is because of the customer service. If you're doing seller fulfilled, then you're required and responsible for doing all the customer service. If a package doesn't arrive on time, you have to deal with it. If a customer is having an issue, whether they don't like the item or arrived broken, then you are the one that they are responding to. So I do suggest getting a Google phone number so that way you're not giving out your real phone number on your account. So getting a Google phone number will really help, because I once had a lady call me at 7 a.m. complaining her cat didn't like the cat food. And again, this was a return and I didn't understand it. But because I seller fulfilled that item, I was the person dealing with her and not Walmart. So that could be a con when it comes to having seller fulfilled. But I just want you to be aware that you are the first line when it comes to dealing with them. And they are definitely interesting. Walmart customers seem to be a little bit more pickier than they are on Amazon from what I've experienced, but just know that you are that person to help them with any issues that they may have. WFS stands for Walmart Fulfillment Services, and in these next few videos, I'm going to be sharing how to prep your items, ship your items, and basically everything in between when it comes to WFS. So let's jump right on in. There are so many benefits when it comes to using WFS, which is basically the equivalent of FBA if you are on Amazon. WFS is where you send your items to the warehouse, and then once it's purchased by the customer, it is then shipped directly to them. So then Walmart gets to deal with the shipping, the packing, and they also get to deal with customer service. Now this is a great model because I love to just ship it and forget it. That's basically what it is. You prep your items beforehand, and then you just send it on its way, and then you wait till it sells, and then you get paid. One of the best things that I like about WFS is they prioritize WFS over seller fulfilled. On Amazon, we are able to tell with Kiva how a buy box is rotating, whether it's FBA or FBM, but we don't have that with Walmart, and they have said that they do prefer WFS sellers over seller fulfilled just because they're able to get the packages to the customer quickly and more efficiently. If you want to start out with seller fulfilled, that is totally fine. However, I do recommend you starting with WFS, and that way you're able to see the sales come in. However, it does take a couple weeks for check-in, especially on your first shipment. But let's go ahead and get into the fees and everything else you can expect when it comes to WFS. The fees on Walmart are really straightforward, so let's go ahead and go over them. First is a 15% referral fee. Now this is for seller fulfilled or for WFS. This is just a fee to be able to sell on their platform, which is actually the same with Amazon. So that is pretty comparable to what we're used to. Second is Walmart doesn't charge a monthly fee like Amazon does. Amazon charges that $39.99 fee for a month to be a seller, I guess, but Walmart doesn't have that. And so you're already saving money selling on the Walmart platform already. First is the fees for WFS. They start at $3.45 if it's less than a pound, but if it's 2 to 3 pounds, it is $4.95. And then if it's 3 pounds, it's $3.45. And then it just goes up from there based off of weight. For the most part, everything is a 15% referral fee. However, there are some caveats to it. If the item is less than $10, then you do only have an 8% referral fee instead of the 15. They do have an extra fee for apparel and oversized items. And don't worry, I will add the fees and everything in the description down below. And if any point during this you're so confused and need some one-on-one coaching, I do offer that. And I also have a Discord community where it is full of Walmart sellers, and we do go live weekly every Thursday to share our wins and just talk about all things Walmart. But back to the fees. They are pretty straightforward when it comes to what they are charging you for. For storage fees, it is also pretty straightforward. From January to September, it is 75 cents per cubic foot. And then once it's October, December, which is the peak time, it is 75 cents per month for items stored up to 30 days. And then it's $1.50 per cubic month stored for more than 30 days. So if you do have your items for more than 365 days, it is $2.25 per cubic foot per month, which could definitely add up. So if you've had items in your inventory for longer than 365, I think it's time to move on and try and recall those and then try something different to sell it, whether it's Facebook or eBay or anything like that. And then you do have the option to pay up to 450 days. But I hope that doesn't really happen all that often. Now for the prep fees. If you send your items into WFS and they're not prepped accordingly, they will then label them and polybag them. It is 65 cents per missing label, and I will go into what needs to be labeled and what doesn't. And then it's also 80 cents for any poly bag. So it is important to really have those done beforehand so you're not charged an extra at the end. You do have the option to ask this beforehand so you're not charged as much. It is a little bit of a discount if they know they're going to do it. But if you're able to grab the supplies first, that would be best case scenario. Next is the return shipping fee. This is something when you have a return and it's sent back to you, it starts at $4.70 and then it does go up there from depending on the weight of the package, which honestly is terrible because if you do a removal order of like, let's say 10 items, that may come in 10 different packages. It may come in 7. They may bundle a couple together, but it's not guaranteed that they're going to put all 10 in one box. And yes, you'll get charged for each item. Thanks, Walmart. Next is disposal. This is when you don't longer want the item and you don't want it sent back to you. It is 35 cents per item less than 2 pounds. If it's more than 2 pounds, it's about 55 cents. And then if you decide you just want to have a removal, they also do charge you 40 cents and that shipping cost. So disposing the item is a lot cheaper if you don't want to deal with it. And so these are all the fees when it comes to WFS. I will again link all of this information down in the description. So grab it if you need more information on what fees need more, because there are some caveats such as electronics, computers or laptops, and many, many more. All right, in this section, I'm gonna be showing you how I'm tracking my inventory. I do a lot of retail arbitrage, and so I'm in the stores a lot, so I don't really have access to add them into my catalog when I'm out and about. So this is my method and what works for me. It may be a little too redundant and too confusing, but that's okay. I'm just doing what works for me, and if it works for you, that's awesome. I just want to show you how I'm tracking everything and making it a little easier. I start off with my WAMP buy sheet. So when I'm in the store and I see an item I want to purchase, I add it to my RA buy sheet. This is something that goes directly to a Google sheet. This tells me my cost, my list price, my quantity. It gives me the URL, and it also gives me the description of the product, because I don't want to come home later on and figure that out later. I just want to have it done then. Honestly, I only want to think about it once. And so this is the way I've been able to kind of systemize everything. So I have it here on my WAMP Google sheet. And as you can see, it has the URL and all the information. So I am going to copy the description and I'm going to move it to another spreadsheet. I'm moving it because I have set up SKUs and everything, and it makes it easier. So I am going to paste it in here, paste the title. I will also copy the URL, on over. And then I will put in the date. I always put today's date or the date of purchase. I'm not gonna, either one works for me. So I'll go like that and I'll copy that and go all the way down. And then I will do this cost of goods. Sorry, I will do the cost of goods, which is right here. And then I will do my list price, which is right here. Goes in there. And then I will go ahead and do my units right here. And all of these columns in my Google Sheet are automatically there. I don't have to remember how many units I bought and everything like that, which makes it a lot easier. So now I have all of this. So I'm going to go ahead and explain this Google Sheet. So this is the date, the URL in case I need to, and then the title, and then this SKU. This SKU automatically populates depending on the section. If you want to rewind a couple seconds and every time I inputted the date or cost or list, it automatically updated in the spreadsheet. So if I don't have, like, let's say the list price, it will remove it right here. So I will go ahead and put it back in there. And as you can see, it brings it right back. So this is something that I have created. I love it. It makes my life so much easier because then I don't have to handwrite a SKU. My SKUs are the same pretty much everywhere. And this just makes my life a little easier. And then I can add in the ROI if I wanted to. I do have a random number in the beginning of it. I put a random number, then retail arbitrage or RA. The reason I put in a random number in there is because a lot of times I'll buy the same thing for $7 and I want to flip it for $21. And then this is date the same. So then the SKU is the same and they don't like that. So I put that extra number in there just to make it not a duplicate SKU. This is why I kind of move it all to this. And now all of my inventory is in one place. It's E2A master sheet, but This is where I keep all of my inventory, where I'm doing, whether it's Amazon or it's for Walmart. It's all right here in one place. So this may be available in the description. If it's not in the description, then it's not available. It is not my spreadsheet, but I will see if we can get it available. If not, I will definitely give you guys the formula for this SKU. That is like a game changer. So that's how I do my tracking. And now I don't have to think about the SKU and everything like that. So now let's go ahead and add these items into our Walmart as WFS eligible, because now we're ready to go. We have all of our items ready. We know what our SKU is and everything like that. So let's start adding them into our catalog. All right, so let's go ahead and start adding items into our catalog. I'm going to start first doing one at a time, and then I'm going to do bulk upload. So let's go ahead and do single item first. So we'll go to our catalog, which is the second one down, and we will go to add items. All right, and this is where we will get our master spreadsheet out. All right, so now we're going to go ahead and go to our master sheet, and I'm going to grab the number behind the walmart.com, which is this one right here. It starts with 526. I'm going to go back to our Walmart account and go ahead and paste it right into there. And that is the item. So I'll go ahead and add offer and then next. Then I will change it to seller fulfilled. And then I'll go over and grab my SKU, because that is the next thing they will ask for. Right there. SKU, paste it, $14.99. And then no, none. And then select restrictions will be none. And then country of origin, I pretty much always select China. You can select the United States, or if it's right clear on the package, you can always put that. But for default, I pretty much always do China. And then I do no here for chemical or pesticide. For electronic component, I put no. And then does it contain a battery? Does not contain a battery. And then you can skip the rest of all of this. It's not necessary. And then I will go ahead and look like there's nothing else required. So I will go ahead and submit. If there was an issue, then it would kind of pop up as an error or more information needed. I know it's a little bit earlier. I recorded the activity feed, but I don't need to. So I'm just going to exit out of there. And then we will go to the activity feed, which I probably should have pushed the button, but that's okay. But we'll go to our activity feed to see if it processed and see where it's at. This process does take a few minutes. I would do this the day before you want to send out your shipment, or at least a couple hours, but probably take a few minutes. I would say about 10 minutes per item, so it does take a little bit. So I'm going to go ahead and refresh. And it looks like it's still pending. It does take a few minutes. So I'm going to go to the catalog, and you can determine if you want to wait it out and just wait to see if it gets published, or if you want to add more at that time and kind of do it in batches. I personally do it in batches, whether it's 3 or 5. I just make sure I keep track. I don't do more than 5. If it's 5, it's usually the same like type of item, but I don't kind of mix it. But I like 3s, just kind of go in 3s like that. That's what I prefer. And so I will go ahead and go back into my activity feed and see if maybe it is done. It is still pending. It's still processing. So while that's processing, I'm going to go ahead and show how to bulk upload. So let's go back to our catalog and then add items. And then we will go back to our spreadsheet and grab all of those numbers that are behind the URL. I'll probably add the UPC here on this spreadsheet. It might be easier because this is definitely a little bit different. Also, what you can do is you can use a barcode scanner. It's actually what I normally do is I just take a barcode scanner, scan the barcode right into this box right here. I like this method a lot better because when you're scanning with a barcode, if it pops up normal and just fine, you do not need a label. You can send that product as is, unless it needs a poly bag or anything like that. But if it's, let's say, a Lego set and you scan it and it pops up right in this box, nothing else is needed, which is absolutely beautiful, especially if you have like 50 of them. no labels, nothing. They can just go, which is so absurd because we're so used to labeling everything with Amazon. That's not the case with Walmart. So that's why I typically have a scanner and I just scan each gun or scan each thing with it. And then I'll go ahead and add one more. I don't do more than 10 because if you do more than 10, it kind of bogs down the system and it kind of glitches. So it looks like all 3 showed up just fine. And I'm going to click add to all 3 of these. And then I will go ahead and click next. And it's going to ask me fulfillment type. You can do seller fulfilled or Walmart. I'm going to select Walmart. And there we go. And then I'm going to go ahead and grab the SKUs for all of these. So this one was the ash, tumbler ash. Okay, it looks like they're all this similar. So let's see here. Okay, so we're going to go here. Grab the SKU right there. All right, so it's a little hard to see, so you are able to expand the item. So I'm going to go ahead and grab this SKU. I'm going to put it over here. Then with unicorn. All right, so now that we have added the SKU, I'll go ahead and enter the selling price. And again, this is why I have the selling price in the SKU because I can add that simply in there. So I don't have to kind of go back. $18.99. And then is 65 required? Prop 65. I just put no, and then I just put none. So, and then I'll just copy that into there. And then state restrictions, and I will go ahead and add and be none to all 3 of these. Country of origin, right here, I will just select China. There we go. You have to do it for all 3. All right, so now that we have added China there, we now go to this one where we just put no for aerosol, chemical, or pesticide. And then we'll go to contains electronic component. No, these are all cups. And then does it contain a battery? And it does not contain a battery. And then none of these are required. Okay, and so let's go ahead and submit and see if there's any errors that we need to fix. And sometimes I do forget something, but it will tell me, but we had no errors. Everything is good to go. And all the information that was left on there are not required. So only fill out what's required. And if you're not sure, just go ahead and just submit it and it'll tell you what's wrong. So then it looks like it's being submitted, and let's go to our activity feed and see what's going on there. All right, so it looks like it's still processing through. So let's go to our catalog and see if that other item is there. And let's go ahead and refresh. All right, it looks like it's still not there. So this is the name of the game, is just waiting. And that's why you don't want to do it so close to when you have to send out your shipment, because sometimes you just never know how long it's actually going to take. All right, so it looks like in our activity feed, it looks like the 98, which is the one we were working on before. It is Walmart fulfilled, set up by match, which is exactly what we're looking for, and it was submitted and processed. And it looks like the 3 that we just submitted is also processed and good to go. We're just kind of waiting for it to pop in through our catalog, because once it's in our catalog, then we know it can be sold at that price point. And it looks like this one is unpublished. And then we have to kind of go back and see why. And let's go ahead and take a look. It looks like the information was not added. Resubmit with a shipping price. All right, so I will go ahead and refresh and see if they pop through. And perfect, it looks like we have 4 cups that are here. That's exactly what I just added. And they are all published and they are all seller fulfilled, WFS eligible. So now this means we can add these items into a shipment. So let's go ahead and add the rest of my items into my Walmart catalog. I'm going to continue to do them. I'm just going to go ahead and do them as single items. That's how I prefer. So let's just go ahead and get that done. All right, so let's just go ahead and keep adding them into our catalog until we have all of these items added. So now we're back into our master sheet, and we're going to grab this number, copy that, and then go to add items here in our catalog. And I'm going to paste it, add a comma. Then I'm going to go over here, grab this number, add a comma, paste it. And then I'm going to comma there. All right, so now that I have them all pasted in there, I go ahead and click submit, and it looks like one was not found. And that's okay, we'll just figure it out. So it looks like perfect. So now we're just gonna go through and add all of these. And the one that was not found, we'll go ahead and look at it. It is the one ending in 254. This one. So I'm just going to highlight this real quick, just so I know I can come back to it. All right, and now we will go ahead and select next. And we're going to do Walmart fulfilled. All right, and then I'm going to add this or drag this down so it looks a little easier to read. And all right, so now we have all of our SKUs added. Let's go ahead and do our selling price. It is 23 for this one, and then 20, 55, 41, 1995, 25. Perfect. And then prop required, prop 65 required, no. Just go ahead and select no on all of these. And then in this next one, we do have to have the word none. So we have to put that in there. Copy and paste that. Okay, right into there. And then state restrictions will be none. I know it's a lot of clicking, which is really annoying. They can't just have this as a little, not like a drop down, but easier drop down. So we'll go ahead and select none for all of this. And then for the country of origin, we'll do China as well. So we have to scroll down to China. If you don't have a Mac, I think you're able just to put in CN and it searches it. But for some reason, my computer doesn't let me just search it. I'm definitely a little jealous for anyone who can able just to click C and China comes up. So let's go ahead and add China into all of these. And again, if it's all clear on the package, like it's from like, India or Germany or somewhere else, you can go ahead and select that. So I'll go ahead and just put China as like a default. And then does this contain aerosol, chemical, or pesticide? No. It won't even let you get this far if it did. And then, or it will error out if it does, but typically it won't let you get this far. And then does it contain a battery? It does not contain a battery. And then add the weight for this one. I'm just guesstimating right now. This isn't a make or break thing. If it's not here, it's fine. You do need to add it if it said add. And so now we need to submit. And if there's any errors, it will come back like red and it'll just have you put in that information. So then I will go ahead and go to activity feed and see if maybe we have other things pending through. But that's right, we did have the 3 just fine. So we're good to go. So, and then we'll go back up to our catalog. And now we just wait for it all to process. So go back into our activity feed. And it looks like we had 6, which is perfect. So we had about 10 SKUs today, which is great. It's a great way to really kind of just get started. It really depends on how big of a shipment you want to send. If you want to do more than 10 or more than 10 SKUs or anything like that, it's really up to you. Now we have to do the one that didn't show up. So now we're going to go through and take a look at this one. Let's just go ahead and copy this title and see if we can go back and see if we can find it. Let's go to the walmart.com and see if maybe we can figure out where it's at. Oh, this is a pink thing. So actually it may be already in our activity. It may be already in our catalog. Let's go ahead and add item. I'm going to go here and grab item number. And I'm going to put it here. It's already in my catalog, but I don't know that. So when it says couldn't find any matches, it may be because it's already in your catalog. So be sure to go and check. And the best way to do that is to go into your catalog. And then I always like to search by item ID. And yep, sure enough, it's right there. So it won't let you add the item twice. So that's why it didn't pop up when I was doing it earlier. All right, so let's just go ahead and refresh. And it looks like things are slowly coming through, which is awesome. You always want to see that. And so let's go back to our activity feed and see if maybe they've all been processed. It looks like they have. It looks like it's processed and it's 6 of 6, which is great. And so let's just go into our catalog. You can either wait for them all to pop through, or again, you can just kind of move on. But I'm going to kind of move on. I don't want to sit here and just kind of wait for them to all go through. So if you're looking to start WFS and you already have items into your catalog that are seller fulfilled, be sure to go to the module all about seller fulfilled. And in that section, I have where you're able to convert from seller fulfilled to WFS. So be sure to check that out. So next, let's do prepping our items and then doing a shipment. All right, so now let's walk through step by step on how to create a shipment. So by this time, you should have all your items prepped and ready to go. Have all the stickers removed and have them all in poly bags. So we will go ahead and first things first is duplicate this tab, because once you get into the shipments tab, it's hard to go back and forth in case anything happens. So I will go ahead and duplicate that. And let's see here. So now we'll go to WFS. And if you do not have this drop down of WFS in all these items, that means your WFS is not set up yet. And you probably haven't either verified all your business information or you don't have any WFS eligible items. Make sure you have these drop downs. And I will go to shipping plans. And I will go ahead and create plan. And this is my address. And go ahead and continue. And you can do a bulk upload. I've never done that. I've always had horrible problems with that. So I just add things one by one. And again, I usually select UPC and then have my scanner and I will scan each item. But today I'm just going to show you the long way if you don't have a scanner. The scanner just helps you with time management. It helps to scan and then you're good to go. I do that again, have that link down below in the description. So we'll go ahead and do it by SKU because that will be a little easier. So we will go ahead and add all of these SKUs in here. So then I will search it and then add to order. And just verify this is the correct number or this is the correct information. And then I will go total units. We have 2. And then they are individual, and then that one. And then we'll add the next one. We will go ahead and select this SKU. And then add to order. And it's always good to have the master sheet up. All right, so now we have our spreadsheet and we can go ahead and see how many of Puma we have. We have 6. So I will go ahead and go back here and have him here. We have 6 and then individual. And then we will just kind of keep going. All right, so now that I have added everything into my shipment plan, I will go ahead and go to next. You can also save this, but when you do save as a draft, it doesn't keep your units. So I definitely don't recommend saving as a draft, but it is nice to come back if you need to. And now you have 2 options. One is all in one box essentially, and the other is basically split shipments. Split shipments do get there quicker. It does get easier. Things get faster. But for today, I'm just going to do it all in one box. Everything goes in there. It's good. And versus this one would go into 5 different locations. And only having 13 SKUs, I don't want to have like one item in one box. So I'm going to go ahead and select next, and then I will confirm. And then I'm going to just do a small parcel. And then I'm going to grab the number of SKUs and the mixed SKUs. And also I'm going to put this all into a box, and then I will get the weights and all that. All right, so I was able to get my boxes. I was able to fit everything into 2 boxes. I did a 22, 16, 16, it's 30 pounds. And then I added a 16, 12, 12 with 12 pounds. And if you want to add a third box, you go here to add a case type. I know it's weird, but it is add case type. And this is number of cases right here, and it is 1. If you have the same box sizes and same weight, it would be 2. So for example, if I had 2 boxes that are 16, 12, 12 that are both 12 pounds, I would just put 2. But if it's off a couple pounds, you need to have each one listed. And I'm going to scroll up, and it looks like I have a small parcel selected, which is perfect. And then you have to have mixed SKU cases right here. It won't let you go forward until you add those. So I'm going to go ahead and click continue right here, because you have to put in the shipping details. So the shipping date, I'm going to put to tomorrow, and then I'm going to calculate the price. And I'm going to choose FedEx, and then we will go into scheduling a FedEx on the next one. So then I'll go ahead and click next. And then I'm going to put all of my information. And then it looks like I'm just going to confirm everything. And then I accept. And then create plan. Yes, create. And yay, a shipping plan has been created. And so if you want to check your shipment, this is where you'll go. And this is also where you print your labels. So you'll print 2 labels. You'll download the first one and the second one. The first one is for tracking, and the other one is for box contents, or not box contents, it's shipment context. So that is how you do a shipment. And the next one we'll go over prepping. And I hope that was helpful. I hope I didn't go too fast. And again, I do have a Discord and coaching. If you need any help, feel free to reach out. And let's go to the next one. All right, now that we have downloaded our labels and put them on the boxes, it is now time to either take them to our local FedEx or do what I do, which is schedule a FedEx pickup. This is definitely the most convenient because I have a small car, and usually when I have 10 boxes, it's just difficult to take them all to FedEx. So I just schedule a pickup. It used to be free, but now it does charge. So all you do is set up an account through FedEx, and let's just walk through that step. All right, so this is the home page of FedEx, and you'll either need to sign up or log in. And it does take usually a day or so because you do have to enter in your business information. So go ahead and be sure to create an account because it's definitely well worth it. So I'm going to go ahead and sign in. And I also easily do this from my phone. I really don't do it a lot on this webpage. I usually do it on my phone. So then I go up to shipping and schedule and manage pickups. And then from here, you can schedule a pickup. Because I live in a pretty safe neighborhood, I just keep the time between 8:30 and 6, and they'll come whenever during the day. And then I'll just put them out usually in the morning at like 8. But if you want more of a closer time, I would do maybe between like 11 and 2. That has also worked pretty well for me. Be sure and choose FedEx Ground. If you do end up selecting Express, then they won't pick them up. They'll leave them because these are for ground labels. And then you'll want to put how many packages with the total weight and then the pickup date. And usually if it's before 6 p.m., you can do the next day. But if it's after 6 p.m., it'll be 2 days ahead, is what I've noticed. So I highly recommend scheduling a FedEx pickup, especially if you have multiple boxes. And just one more thing to make your life a little easier when it comes to doing a WFS shipment. It's incredibly important to track your items when it is sent through WFS because things do get lost. They do get, kind of pushed to the side, and it's incredibly important to make sure where you can track those. So in these shipping plans, it'll break down all your shipments and kind of where it is in that receiving or that status. So I'm going to go ahead and scroll down. And as you can see, I have my last shipment, which was completed, arrived, receiving. The thing that I like to make sure is knowing that the received units I shipped there are received. As you can see, this top line has 10 shipped items and they received 11. So I'll definitely go in and track and see maybe which was over counted for and open a case for that. And to be quite honest, if they're over, I'm not going to make a big deal of it. But if they're under, I'm going to definitely make a big deal. For example, this third one down has shipped items of 16, but only 9 has been received, and they're still in the receiving. So I'm going to click this button here. It says track, and I'm going to see which items are still not accounted for and why. If it's been over 30 days since your items have arrived, definitely open a case and they will get on that really quickly. I have noticed they are very quick to respond when it comes to these kinds of issues. So it looks like I'm still missing a couple of health and beauty items, as well as a couple toys. And if you are still unsure of where your items are, always open a case and they will tell you your next steps. All right, so now we're going to take a step back and kind of go over the prepping of our items. Prepping items for Walmart WFS is a little bit different than it is for Amazon FBA. For Amazon FBA, you need FNSKU labels for every single item and every single product, but that's not the case for Walmart WFS. For example, if the Walmart UPC of the product matches what's in their current catalog, then you do not need a label. In Walmart, they do not commingle their products, so whatever you send has its own designated area, so that's why you don't need a label when it comes to Walmart WFS. Now, how do you tell when it matches? So what I do is I scan the UPC with the Walmart app. It's the free basic Walmart app. So if the product that shows up is the one that I want to sell on, then I do not need a label for that item. Which is also why a barcode scanner is super helpful for this, because I can just scan the UPC into the Walmart catalog, and if it shows up, then I do not need a label. And so that's just how my process is. However, if you are creating your own listing or you're jumping on a different listing where the UPC does not match, that is when you will need your own label. So what items do you need to polybag? And for these, there's no real rules that Walmart has written out. So I typically follow what Amazon's rules are, which are anything that are fuzzy or fluffy, like any squishmallow, anything that has exposed fabric will need a polybag, and also anything that can be separated. For example, I have a lot of cups with lids, so I always put those in a poly bag so the lids or straws don't get lost. And lastly, you do have to put on expiration dates on all the products that need it. All your food need to have a separate label of the expiration date. I like to put them on the 2x1 labels and make them extra big so they can see them and easy to read, because you don't want someone taking extra time to kind of go through your stuff to make sure the expiration dates are within that time frame. Also, with those poly bags, please do make sure that they have those warning labels, which is why I buy them all from Amazon, so they do have that warning label. But when it comes to prepping items for Walmart, I definitely go by Amazon rules, but prepping should be pretty similar. And if you have any questions, please drop a question down below in the comments. The returns on Walmart are definitely horrible, and there's really no sugarcoating. There's no easy way to say that Walmart's returns process is horrific. And this is definitely a struggle between everyone in the community because they give you only a certain amount of time to dispute a return. You have to have that item back to you in your possession before you're able to open a claim, but you only have 90 days to dispute that return. And for example, let's say the customer returns your items that they purchased through WFS, they returned it to their local Walmart. Well, now that local Walmart employee has your item and they send it back when they get a chance. That could be the next day, that can be 2 weeks, that can be when they have a certain amount of returns. So it really depends, and sometimes it can be 6 months, which is horrible because you only have a certain amount of days to where you can dispute that return. For example, the customer returns it, then 3 months later, they decide to return the items back to you. Well, now you have the item physically in your hands, but the dispute time frame is now lapsed and there's nothing you can do about it. You can just open a case and they will just say that the time to dispute this has expired. So it's definitely not a great thing, but definitely be sure to track your returns and go through the process of opening cases. So if you do have eligibility on returns, you can get that money back. But for the most part, returns is part of it, and I do hope that it gets better soon, especially with the time frame of being able to dispute a return. So where do your items go after a customer returns them? For the most part, your items will be sent back to the WFS warehouse, and then there, the employee will look at it, determine if it's resellable. If it's not, then they'll dispose of it. If it is, they'll return it back to your inventory. But be sure to track these because they do get lost and kind of missed in the whole shuffle of everything. They do have an option where the customer can keep it and have a partial refund. I personally don't do this because they tend to get scammed a lot. In my personal opinion, and this is just me and my thoughts, I don't think a customer should keep the item and get a partial refund unless something is wrong or broken. But if they just change their mind, they don't no longer want it, they found a better price somewhere else, I don't think they should still keep it and get a refund. So I don't have that currently on. I do know some people who do, and they like that because they don't have to deal with the product later. But I'd rather deal with the product than them keeping it and getting the refund. So basically getting the item for free. But that's just me and my personal opinion. And just, again, do what's best for you and your business. Now you've sent off your first WFS shipment or you're doing seller fulfilled and things are starting to pick up, things are starting to look great, and you're keeping a healthy account. So what do you do next? What are the next options for when it comes to Walmart? So let's go into what you can do to scale, how to keep the momentum, and when it's time to get extra help, such as a VA or prep center. Hiring virtual assistants can be one of the most important things that you can do to scale your business and really grow without having to spend all that extra time to scaling and growing it. So when you need a virtual assistant, and that is when you just don't have the time anymore to do those tasks that you really don't like doing. I don't like doing admin tasks. I don't like doing seller board. I don't like inputting all the cogs and all that information. So I hire a virtual assistant to do that for me. So then I can have that done and still do the things that I want to do, like hobbies, spend time with friends and family, or I can do other things that I enjoy doing in the business, like sourcing. There are so many things that you can outsource to a virtual assistant, from the sourcing to doing those admin tasks, to managing your catalog, to managing your inventory. They can track all your returns. They can track your shipments. They can track how much money you're making and possibly losing. They can help you track all these things, and it really does make life so much easier having them on your team. So how do you go about hiring a virtual assistant? So a lot of the virtual assistants I hire are all from the Philippines, and I've had amazing luck hiring from the Philippines. So first, you can go to onlinejobs.ph, to where then you can pay $69 to have an account, and then you can create a job posting and go from there. Now, for me personally, I have done that route. I have taken courses on how to hire a virtual assistant, and they've all been great. However, that's a lot of time and effort that I simply just don't want to do. Or you can go through Carter Maxwell, who is the owner of VA Fastlane, and he helps employ virtual assistants to your business. Now, these virtual assistants are trained. They know what they're doing. They are mainly based for Amazon. However, they are good for Walmart as well, because they can take those Amazon skills of reading Keepa, managing inventory, all those kinds of things, and apply them to Walmart. They may need a little bit more training. However, they are capable, and that's really all that matters. You're not building from ground zero. You're basically starting at level 10 and gonna grow up from there. I highly recommend you booking a call with Carter, and he can kind of go over what he does. He does have a tier system, which is really amazing, because if you just need a beginner virtual assistant who really has less experience, but you have the time to train them to what you want to do, which has its benefits, or if you just want somebody who's ready to go, knows what they're doing, is advanced, then he has that tier as well. And then, of course, he has a third tier, which is kind of in the middle. There is a benefit to each one. There is a con to each one, but I definitely recommend booking a call with him so then you can find one that best fits you. The also plus size of this is, if let's say you get a virtual assistant that you hire on onlinejobs.ph, and you guys have a personality conflict, or you just don't get along, or you're not understanding, or there's miscommunication, he can then just switch another one out easy, instead of you going through that entire process of finding a new one on your own. I highly recommend it. It's incredibly affordable, and definitely look into getting a virtual assistant if you just want to really grow your business and scale to where you know you need to be. Next is a prep center. When is the time to hire a prep center? And that is kind of really up to you. Do you like prepping your items? Do you like having all of them in your house? If not, then you can definitely hire a prep center, especially if you're doing online arbitrage or wholesale. That is definitely the route to go. I personally had a prep center for Amazon FBA for the longest time. I had it for about 3 years and absolutely loved it. All my items went straight to the warehouse and they then shipped it to Amazon for me, which is the same for Walmart. So it is possible to have your items prepped and then sent to the Walmart warehouse, and you are completely off hands with all your products, which is amazing because you have that space back in your house and you have all that time left in your hands. I will have a list down below of the 2 prep centers that I recommend for the Walmart warehouse. With Amazon, there are a lot more options when it comes to warehouses. However, with Walmart, there are a few options for prep centers, so that's nice that we have that option. So I will go ahead and put all that information down below in the description. All right, well, that is it for this Walmart course, and I hope you learned so much, and I hope you're motivated to get started with Walmart because the opportunity is there, the income is there, and having that second or third income stream is incredibly important to your business. And it is almost Q4 this year, and I know if you get started, you're gonna rock it during Q4, and you're really gonna see how awesome Walmart can be. And if any point during this video you were confused, not sure where to go, you need help filling in those gaps, I do offer one-on-one coaching, and I also have a Walmart Discord community. This community has everything with Walmart, has all the guides, has everything you need, and it also has the extra help that you need. Join it down below in the description, and thank you so much for being here. So put a fire emoji down below if you watched this entire video, if you're still here, and thank you so much for being here. And if you have any questions, drop them down below, and I will see you in the next one.